meeting of the Education, Children and Young People Committee in 2026. The first item on our agenda this morning is consideration of subordinate legislation, which is subject to the affirmative procedure. I should say at the beginning we've got apologies today from Willie Rennie. The committee will take evidence this morning on the affirmative procedure from the Minister for Children, Young People and the Promise and her officials on the Care Leaver Payment Scotland Regulations 2026 draft. The Minister will then move the motion to approve the instrument. Can I welcome Natalie Dawn-Innes, Minister for Children, Young People and the Promise, Gavin Henderson, Deputy Director, Keeping the Promise, Aisha Piera, Team Leader, Care Leaver Payment, and Susan Bonnelly, Lawyer, Scottish Government Legal Directorate. Can I invite Ms Dawn-Innes to speak to the draft instrument? Minister.
Thank you, Convener. I'd like to thank the committee for inviting me to give evidence on the draft Care Leaver Payment Scotland Regulations 2026 and really welcome this opportunity to assist the committee in its consideration of these regulations. The Scottish Government is absolutely committed to keeping the promise to all of our children and young people and, of course, to making Scotland the best place to grow up. This is a commitment which resonates very strongly with me personally, and I remain dedicated to ensuring that it's a commitment which extends to all children and young people with care experience as they transition from care and move on into adulthood and independent living. At any age and for any young person, moving into adulthood is an extremely challenging time. But when there are limited support networks in place, these challenges can be exacerbated. Many young people who move on from care don't have the same informal support networks that other young people have during transition points in their lives. Financial stress and strain for young people moving on from care can quickly escalate to create a multitude of challenges and can lead to financial hardship. Our intention through the Care Leaver Payment Scheme is to provide additional financial support for young people moving on from care and into adulthood to help reduce some of the challenges faced during these periods of transition. These regulations allow the local authority to make a one-off £2,000 payment to care leavers at the point that they leave care or continuing care. The payment will be made by a local authority that last looked after the young person, and the regulations allow the young person the autonomy over how they wish to spend or save the payment. I've listened to the voices of care experienced young people and understand how important it is to have these experiences reflected in policy design. I want to get this new payment right and ensure that its structures are based on solid evidence and real-time feedback from the care community and workforce. My officials have consulted extensively on the design and the development of the Care Leaver payment, have co-designed the payment with people who have experience of care and those who provide support to care leavers to ensure that voices of lived experience and those with professional expertise have been incorporated into the design of the payment. Now, a full public consultation, a series of safeguarding workshops with practitioners and our targeted engagement with care experienced young people have all contributed to the development of the payment to best meet the needs of our young people as they move on from care. Stakeholders have welcomed this new payment as providing an additional opportunity to reduce vulnerability and financial barriers that young people face while moving on from care. The Scottish Commission on Social Security has also scrutinised these draft regulations and produced a report. I thank them for their thorough consideration and the new payment, and their first observation within the report that the new payment is a welcome addition to the existing support available to young people who are leaving care, and that it is another step the Scottish Government has taken towards keeping the promise. The Scottish Government's response to the Commission's report was laid alongside the draft instrument. I welcome any questions the committee may have and would be happy to provide any further information.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any questions? Can I just ask, you mentioned the public consultation. It closed in January 2024. Why has it taken 2 years from the public consultation to bringing this instrument forward?
There's a number, I'll bring my official Aisha in a second, but there was a number of things that had to be considered following the consultation in terms of safeguarding for children, in terms of the delivery vehicle, a number of matters that were to really ensure that we got this payment right based on what we heard from the consultation and based on the engagement. In terms of the full timeline, I don't know if Aisha, you could add more?
Could I maybe just before we go to your official, were these things that ministers and officials anticipated, or did you think when you consulted until, I think it was the 26th of January 2024, over 2 years ago, that there would be this 2-year break? Were you anticipating this, or was it unexpected issues that were raised during the consultation that has seen it kind of sitting in abeyance for a couple of years?
I'd maybe have to ask officials to clarify that.
Thank you. So another reason that the payment, so we also had to make an enabling power in primary legislation for this payment. So the enabling power that we took in the Social Security Scotland Act 2025, that didn't commence until the 10th of May 2025. So first of all, that was going on concurrently in addition to our consultation procedure. Then after the consultation, which was very well responded to, we had over 70 responses. We also had engagement sessions in person with 62 practitioners and young people. Then in addition to that, we thought that it would make sense to also have safeguarding workshops, given the fact that we were giving a payment to young people. So we had 3 safeguarding workshops with practitioners and people who support young people, care experienced young people. And then in addition to that, following that, we then had our young people engagement with over 35 young people. So each of these took time, of course, but primarily we had to wait for our enabling powers to go live, which, as I said, went live on the 10th of May 2025.
But here we are, February 2026. I'm just curious, as to, it just seems quite a elongated process. And my other concern is, if you have a good response, 70 people responding to the consultation, have they been waiting a couple of years wondering what happens next? What kind of updates have they been receiving? I just assume when you do a consultation, you expect something to happen fairly quickly thereafter. I mean, Minister, do you accept that over 2 years seems quite a long time from the consultation closing to the instrument coming to Parliament?
I accept that that is a lengthy period of time. I mean, the committee have been given questions in relation to the sort of legalities around the timescale, but my focus was to ensure that we did get this payment right for young people, given that obviously £2,000 to help young people transition out of care, but there are real safeguards that need to be made to ensure that that money, or that child is effectively supported with that payment. So my main priority was that we got this right for young people. I would also add that on top of the timings that we've already given you, I said that the Commission on Social Security have also scrutinised the regulations. That actually took a period of 3 months, so that has added into the timescale as well. So there's a number of things that have added to the timings around this. But I appreciate what the convener is pointing out in relation to quite a lengthy period of time since the consultation.
Are you aware, because of that lengthy time of the break between the consultation and this procedure now taking place, of young people who have missed out on this payment?
Well, it was never guaranteed when the consultation was set that those, if there was young people that were engaged with at that point, that they would get the care leaver payment. There was no specific timescale set. We knew this payment was coming forward. So, there are obviously children since the consultation who may not have had this payment, but there's also a lot of care experienced young people prior to that who have not made this payment as well. This is a key aspect in relation to the delivery of the promise, and I appreciate that, we've had to wait until 2026 for this, but I would really highlight that this is an extremely positive move and will help to, or will work to support young people leaving care from when it is established.
And just finally then, if the May, what was the issue in May?
No, the commencement of our enabling power.
The enabling powers.
2025.
Could this have been brought forward in May or June before last year's summer recess? Is there any delay that's taken it now into February 2026? So
in terms of sort of timescales and parliamentary timescales, I wouldn't be able to clarify that myself. I would have to ask officials.
No. So the commencement power was, as I said, came alive in May 2025. Once we knew that we had that power and the bill, became an act, then we could continue at pace with the draft regulations, which then, as the Minister mentioned, went through the Scottish 3-month scrutiny process.
But you did say earlier they were running concurrently.
Yes, I mean, of course, we were thinking about the draft regulations, but at the same time, we were going through the consultation process. We have the safeguarding workshops, and the safeguarding workshops fed not only into the guidance, the National Practitioner Guidance, which will sit alongside the regulations, they also did inform our thinking about, OK, we should have, for example, instalments in the regulations. Young people have specifically said that instalments would help them as they receive this payment. Also, with the safeguarding workshop, practitioners agreed with that. So, they fed into our regulations because we wanted to make sure that these draft regulations are as thorough as they can be.
But were these workshops before or after the May enabling powers were granted to the government?
I think they... Sorry, I have to have my calendar with me. So they were after the consultation, and they were from... They're from 2020. They're running concurrently with them as they added into yes, we were prior to the commencement, and then I think maybe also once we had the commencement, but the draft regulations, because they fed into the draft regulations. So once we'd had the final of the safeguarding workshops and we were content with our draft regulations, then we can start the SCOS process.
But it sounds like there was an opportunity from when the government had the enabling powers that most of the workshops and consultations had taken place. And therefore, we've still got this gap from May 2025 to February 2026 before this is brought before the committee. And am I right, Minister, you're saying that's because of pressure with parliamentary time? That was the biggest issue.
I couldn't say that for certain. I believe that was an aspect of it, as well as the further work that had to take place in preparation for bringing to committee. But
maybe you could write to us and just, if you want to.
I would be happy to,
yeah.
convener, to clarify the time between that May 2025 point and bringing these regulations to committee today.
Okay. Any other questions? No. Minister, anything you'd like to say in response to the questions?
Nothing further to add, convener.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I now invite the Minister to move the motion in her name, S6M 20537, that the Education, Children and Young People Committee recommends that the Care Leaver Payment Scotland Regulations 2026 draft be approved?
Moved.
Thank you. Minister, anything else you want to add?
Nothing further, thank you, convener.
Any other comments? No. Then the question is that motion S6M 20537 in the name of Natalie Dawn Innes is agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed, and the committee has agreed the regulations. Therefore, we now move to the committee must now produce a report on this draft instrument. Is the committee content to delegate responsibility to me as convener to agree the report on behalf of the committee? That is agreed. The next item on our agenda is consideration of two items of subordinate legislation being considered under the negative procedure. The first is the Education Scotland Act 1980 Modification Regulations 2026. Do any members have any comments to make about this instrument? No. Is the committee agreed that it does not wish to make any recommendations in relation to this instrument? Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you. The second is the Children's Hearing Scotland Act 2011, Rules of Procedure in Children's Hearings Amendment Rules 2026. Do members have any comments to make about this instrument? No. Is the committee agreed that it does not wish to make any recommendations in relation to this instrument? That is agreed. Thank you. I'm now going to briefly suspend the meeting to allow a change in the Minister's supporting officials. I suspend this meeting. Okay, welcome back. Our final item on the agenda today is Day 2 of Stage 2 proceedings for the Children Care Experience and Services Planning Scotland Bill. Again, I welcome the Minister for Children, Young People and the Promise, who is here for this item along with her supporting officials. I remind members that the officials seated at the table are here to support the Minister but are not able to speak in the debate on amendments. Members should therefore direct their comments or questions to the Minister. And like last week, during the meeting, we will also be welcoming a number of non-committee MSPs who are attending for part or all of the meeting to speak to their amendments and to participate in debates. So we now move to the groupings again, and I call Amendment 152 in the name of Ross Greer, group with Amendments 153, 156, 162, 163 and 164. Ross Greer to move Amendment 152 and speak to all amendments in the group. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Convener. I'm moving 152 and bringing these amendments to introduce what is a new topic in this debate, certainly. So these will not be the briefest of speaking notes, but all my contributions in subsequent groups will be far briefer, I can promise. Estranged young people fall into a black hole at the moment, but they still have important and largely unmet needs, and their needs are often similar, indeed in many cases identical to those young people, young adults who are care experienced. When the state takes children into care and therefore takes on parenting responsibilities, we recognise the need for support into adult life, generally up to the age of 25, though obviously aspects of that are up for debate as part of these proceedings. And that applies even if you leave care at 16, for example. So years of additional support in some manner are still available. If someone has a family breakdown on their 16th birthday, they have at least a decade more years of the need for parental support under the government's own logic, even though they're already of an age where they could live independently. On advocacy, the need for the needs of 16 to 25-year-olds are obvious. So we don't expect 16, 18, 21, and even 25-year-olds to be completely self-sufficient in all circumstances. In fact, as Ros McCall said last week, the need for advocacy or support in your life can happen at any point throughout your adult life. Many young adults continue to receive housing, food, clothing, financial support from family members, but also bigger picture stuff like crisis support, housing guarantors, emotional support and just general life guidance. And if you're 18, if you've just moved out for university, for example, the prospect of securing funding, housing, jobs, healthcare, without somebody giving you some kind of advice, guidance, advocacy, that is really daunting. And most young people get that from their family. Care experienced young people are entitled to at least some support, and through this bill we're trying to improve the support that's available to them. But that point of transition to adulthood is often the point where family breakdown and estrangement happens in a way that doesn't result in a young person entering the care system. Sadly, it's often the first opportunity for those who've experienced abuse in childhood to escape that abuse. But as a result, they are simply and usually quite suddenly alone in their life. They often have obscure or complex needs due to neglect and abuse that they've survived, and they're at far, far higher risk of homelessness, poverty, addiction and other health issues. They typically don't know what they're entitled to, like crisis grants through the Scottish Welfare Fund, for example. And the lack of advocacy and support often compounds the harms that are already done to estranged young people. If you're estranged because of coercive control or similar and your healthcare records are withheld from you, you often don't know how to access them for yourself, and it's then far harder to access the healthcare that you need. A number of colleagues will know Blair Anderson, who works with me in Parliament, but is a campaigner for estranged young people who've survived abuse in childhood. And he mentions his own example where his CHI number was withheld from him to stop him from seeing a GP other than his family's doctor as part of the coercive control that was inflicted on him. Like many, probably most people, certainly most 18, 19-year-olds, he didn't know how to get that information for himself. But unlike most young people, he didn't have anyone to advocate for him and support him at that point as he was going through estrangement. So as a result, he went through that first 18 months away from home without any treatment for severe life-threatening depression and substance abuse. The lack of awareness about sources of financial support very often results in young people maintaining partial contact with their abusers, and they maintain control by being the source of money that they need for things like food and housing. So I've brought these amendments at this stage because I want to test Parliament and the Scottish Government's interest in doing something for estranged young people. I'm certainly not wedded to this approach, but I have raised the issues that affect estranged young people a number of times this session and been repeatedly told that those were not the right points to raise those issues. The bills that I was bringing amendments to weren't the right bills. I don't think there are any more appropriate bills. This is not the perfect bill, but there's no more appropriate bills. There are no more bills in this particular portfolio area, so this is the last opportunity to have this debate. And it is an opportunity for us to commit to doing something for estranged young people. So what I'm really looking for this morning is a commitment from the government to take on further work in this area. As I said, I'm not wedded to, I wouldn't be particularly taken aback if the government didn't support these particular amendments, but we've got through this entire session, and actually we've gone backwards when it comes to support for estranged young people. There was one charity in Scotland who supported them in 2021. That charity folded in 2023, I believe. So there is no one advocating for and supporting this group in our society at the moment, and I think the government needs to take on some responsibility for that. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Convener. And I thank Ross Greer for lodging the amendments that make up this group. These amendments highlight the important issue, and Mr Greer's comments, the important issue of estrangement and the impact that this can have on young people who don't have the same family support network as their peers. Now, I've spoken with Mr Greer about my keenness to ensure we plug the gap that I recognise exists. However, we do need to ensure that we do so in a way that doesn't impact upon the rights of the care experience community. Amendments 152 and 153 seek to include children who are and people who were as children are or have been cared for or supported as a consequence of being estranged from their family on the face of the bill, as having the right to access care experience advocacy services, which will be implemented through regulations under Section 4. But it's important to be clear that reasons for estrangement can be wide-ranging, far beyond the aims and the reach of the promise and care experience. The existing regulation-making powers at Section 46A enable Scottish ministers to set out that care experience for the purposes of this section can include those cared for or otherwise supported in such circumstances as may be specified. This means that if it's deemed appropriate following consultation and engagement, Scottish ministers can make provision for people estranged from their families without express amendments to that effect being required, so far as those were considered to have been in receipt of formal care or support in some way, for example through arrangements with a public authority. Amendments 152 and 153 preempt the consultation that will inform the regulations, but I can commit to ensuring that consideration is given to estrangement during the engagement that will inform development of those regulations. Amendment 156 seeks to provide Scottish ministers with the power to define by regulations cared for or supported as a consequence of being estranged from their family for the purposes of Section 4. This is beyond the guidance-based approach to defining care experience that's being taken forward through Section 5, setting out a stronger position on estrangement than care experience when the purpose of the guidance is promoting best practice and understanding of care experience, language use in and around care, and interacting and supporting people with care experience. So I'm keen to explore if there's a suitable way to include estrangement while developing the wider guidance on care experience, and would welcome further discussion with Mr Greer ahead of Stage 3. I'm also concerned around the need to define family through Amendment 156. We know that family can have different meaning to different people, particularly for care experience people, and we would need to be careful to avoid setting what could be seen as arbitrary parameters around that. Amendments 162 and 163 relate to the care experience guidance under Section 5. These amendments seek to provide a prescriptive approach to the inclusion of this additional category that must be covered in the guidance in the bill, moving away from the flexibility that a guidance-based approach provides. Amendment 164 raises similar concerns. I want to put on record and assure Mr Greer that I am very sympathetic to the intention behind his amendments and recognise the importance of ensuring that people, especially young adults who are estranged from their family, are properly supported and that public authorities fully understand the difficulties that they can face. That's why I've suggested specifically looking at provisions within the bill relating to child support plans and whether there's scope to address issues of estrangement within this section. And I'm happy to confirm today my intention to Ross Greer to work with him and advocates for estranged young people to develop amendments for Stage 3. I would therefore ask him not to press the amendments in this group today, but give him the assurances that I've laid out this morning.
Thank you. Ross Greer to wind up and place or withdraw Amendment 152. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Convener. I'm very grateful to the Minister for her remarks, and particularly that commitment to work with myself and others who are interested in this issue ahead of Stage 3. On that basis, as I said, I'm not wedded to the specific approach that I put forward here. I just wanted to raise the issue and to gently challenge the Government on this. On the basis of the Minister's very welcome commitment, I won't press 152.
Thank you. Ross Greer seeks to withdraw Amendment 152. Does any member object? No member has objected, so the amendment is withdrawn. I call Amendment 153 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 152. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 154 in the name of Paul O'Kane, already debated with Amendment 145. Paul O'Kane, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 154 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 154? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 154 is yes 4, no 5. Amendment 154 is therefore not agreed to. I call Amendment 97 in the name of Ros McCall, already debated with Amendment 144. Ros McCall, to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 155 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 145. Martin Whitfield, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 155 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 155? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 155 is yes 3, no 6. Amendment 155 is therefore not agreed to. I call Amendment 156 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 152. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Not move.
The question is that Section 4 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 98 in the name of Ros McCall, already debated with Amendment 129. Ros McCall, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call Amendment 157 in the name of Paul O'Kane, already debated with Amendment 143. Paul O'Kane, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 157 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 157? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 157 is yes 4, no 5. Amendment 157 is not agreed to. I call Amendment 100 in the name of Ros McCall, already debated with Amendment 143. Ros McCall, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 100 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 158 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 143. Miles Briggs, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 158 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 158? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 158 is yes 3, no 6. Amendment 158 is therefore not agreed to. I call Amendment 99 in the name of Ros McCall, already debated with Amendment 143. Ros McCall, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 99 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 99? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 99 is yes 3, no 6. Amendment 99 is not agreed to. I call Amendment 159 in the name of Ros McCall, already debated with Amendment 143. Ros McCall, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 159 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 159? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 159 is yes 4, no 5. Amendment 159 is not agreed to. I call Amendment 101 in the name of Ros McCall, already debated with Amendment 143. Ros McCall, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 101 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 101? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 101 is yes 4, no 5. Amendment 101 is not agreed to. I call Amendment 160 in the name of Paul O'Kane, already debated with Amendment 143. Paul O'Kane, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 160 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call Amendment 161 in the name of Paul O'Kane, already debated with Amendment 143. Paul O'Kane, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 161 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call Amendment 162 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 152. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 163 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 152. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 164 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 152. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Not move.
The question is that Section 5 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. The question is that Section 6 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call Amendment 165 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 143. Martin Whitfield, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 102 in the name of Sue Webber, already debated with Amendment 143. Miles Briggs, to move or not move? The question is that Amendment 102 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 102? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the division on Amendment 102 is yes 3, no 6. Amendment 102 is not agreed to. I call Amendment 166 in the name of Paul O'Kane, already debated with Amendment 95. Paul O'Kane, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 166 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 166? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 166 is yes 3, no 6. Amendment 166 is not agreed to. And I call Amendment 167 in the name of Martin Whitfield, grouped with Amendments 196 and 222. Martin Whitfield, to move Amendment 167 and speak to all amendments in the group. Mr Whitfield.
I'm grateful, Convener, and good morning to the committee and ministers and those watching. And I remind all of my register of interests in respect of having been a teacher in the overlapping period into this session. This group of amendments relates, is entitled Permanence, and of course talks about the situation where young people, particularly very young people and babies, go into care, and the time it takes for a decision to be taken as to what the future holds for that young person. And one of the most important elements in relation to a stability for a young person is understanding what their future will hold. Because to have that, even at pre-verbal age, allows a level of security to develop, which otherwise is constantly questioned by the unknown that's coming down the line. Now, I recognise that there is different views taken, not with regard to the importance of permanence, but with regard to the time and whether or not there should be elements in there that force the system to deal with the question of permanence in a time that should be acceptable. It is of note that in England, permanent decision cares are taken 4.5 times faster than in Scotland. And indeed, when we look at the history of the care experienced community, predating even the promise, we have had discussions about the need for permanency to be discussed early on and appropriately and in the best interests of the child themselves for coming on to over 20 years. I think governments throughout that time, individuals throughout that time, certainly those that support our care experienced community, have absolutely said that this is an outstanding sore that has not been addressed. We have received promises in the past of how the system is going to be sped up, how we are going to ensure that we do get it right for every child. But here we find ourselves at the tail end of this session with, as to quote Ross Greer, the last opportunity in this session to deal with something that is crucially important. And again, let me return to the fact that there are different standings taken by those outside of this place and indeed inside of this place who advise on whether or not actually setting a time limit into primary legislation is the answer. Because, of course, if we set it into primary legislation, it has to be kept by the system. And the question arises as to what happens if, in an individual case, that time means a decision is taken that perhaps won't be in the best interests of the child. I would suggest that the overriding philosophy, if not quite statutory provision yet, is that we should get it right for every child, and there would be an opportunity to make it right. However, I understand those positions. I've had, and I'm grateful to the Minister, the opportunity to speak with regard to this matter, and I look forward to what the Minister can say by way of reassurance, because I think we should all agree that in the right circumstances, permanence at the earliest date in a child's life is crucially important. But there are situations where that is challenging. I think the obligation that rests on the Government, Parliament, and indeed those that support in the more formal way our cared for community have an obligation to meet that responsibility, because permanence in the right case is the right decision, and it shouldn't be lost because it's kicked down to the line to the point where permanence actually ceases to have any substantial function in supporting the development of a child. So with that, I'll move the motion in my name and look forward to other contributions, Convener.
Thank you very much, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Convener. Permanently removing a child from their family is never an easy decision, and supporting families so that fewer children need to enter care is, it's central to the promise and to the intentions behind this bill, and remains a shared priority for all of us. However, we know that for too many children, especially very young ones, as Mr Whitfield has laid out, it can still take too long to reach decisions that give them stability in their care and family arrangements, and drift and delay can occur in permanence planning. So I really do thank Mr Whitfield for bringing forward this group of amendments, which allows us to discuss this important issue. However, any move to accelerate processes has to be grounded in what is best for children and young people, and shaped by the lived experience of the families affected by permanence decisions. I think, and I've communicated this to Mr Whitfield, that, firstly, fixed deadlines risk pushing decisions to fit an arbitrary timetable rather than responding to an individual child or young person's needs, especially where work to support a return home is still underway. Setting statutory timescales may not deliver the improvement that we all want to see. Stakeholders such as the Promise Scotland and Social Work Scotland have been very clear in their concerns that legislating for a regulation-making power at this stage would be premature without fuller consultation, evidence and system-wide understanding, and indeed permanence must also be driven by the views of a child or a young person, and setting timescales on this risk forcing a system that is not child-centred. Now, although the amendment does require ministers to consult before making regulations, it would still bind ministers to introduce a statutory scheme before that wider work has taken place. A clearer understanding of where delays arise, informed by children, families and the workforce, and of the implications for practice and capacity, I believe is needed before legislating in this area. In addition, To promote consistent and effective practice in permanence and help to tackle drift and delay, the Scottish Government commissioned the Association for Fostering, Kinship and Adoption Scotland to develop 3 national good practice guides on permanence and kinship care, foster care and adoption. These are going to be published next month, and I think it will be important to allow time for these guides to bed in and understand their impact. I also think it's important that we monitor the impact of the changes brought forward in this bill to ensure that there is an impact in addressing the concerns in relation to permanence that Mr Whitfield has raised. However, from my discussion with Mr Whitfield yesterday, I'm aware that that's not necessarily going to be enough in terms of the work that's underway in relation to the provisions in the bill. I do believe that they will have an impact, but I understand Mr Whitfield would like to see us go a little bit further. So for the reasons I've laid out, I think, which reflect the really strong position of stakeholders, I'm not able to support Amendment 167, but I can advise the committee that it would be this government's intention to urgently consult and gather evidence early in the next Parliament to build that understanding and consider the potential role that statutory timescales consider the potential role of statutory timescales in addressing drift and delay. Now, finally, on 167, I am conscious that the committee has received correspondence from Celsius. Officials have had constructive discussions to understand their views, and that engagement has informed the government's position. Following those discussions, Celsius accepted our position and welcomed the commitment to consultation and evidence gathering in the next Parliament. Now, I also cannot support Amendment 222, which is contingent on Amendment 167. Amendment 196 risks significant confusion around roles and responsibilities. Put simply, the principal reporter makes decisions on the need for compulsion and does not have an active role in relation to permanence. To extend their functions into this area would be a significant and inappropriate change to the role of the reporter and the permanence process. It would blur the lines of the role of the reporter in the decision-making process for a child or young person. The amendment might speak to a wider misapprehension of the role of decision-makers in the children's hearing system in relation to permanence. Many referrals to the reporter and the decision-making test themselves do not engage with the issue of permanence at all. So these could include school attendance, alcohol and substance misuse grounds, for example. And permanence is mentioned once across 17 grounds of referral in the 2011 Act, and then only with respect to a need for special measures on an existing order. Children's hearings apply a minimum intervention principle and consider the welfare of the child throughout their childhood when deciding whether to make an order and which measures to apply. They don't deliver permanence themselves, though they will often contribute. So the amendment doesn't have the right area of focus, in my view. A proper examination of and an effective full-spectrum improvement programme to address permanence would have to go much wider. Courts, local authorities, other agencies and third sector partners would all have a role to play in this. I think this amendment would also create a significant administrative burden without improving the experiences of children and families and taking vital resources away from the relational work that the promise has told us is so important. So for these reasons, I hope Martin Whitfield will understand why I'm not able to support these amendments. As we take forward the consultation and evidence gathering work I referred to earlier, I would welcome working with him and other members to arrive at suitable mechanisms. If the amendments are pressed, I would encourage members not to support them.
Thank you. I call on Martin Whitfield to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 167. Mr Whitfield.
I'm very grateful, Convener. I won't take up too much of the committee's time, and I thank the Minister for her contribution. I think contained within the contribution from the Minister is the challenge that we face in respect of these amendments, because, over the 20 years the Minister has pointed out, we still don't know why there is so much delay. We don't know why it is taking so much longer. We have the good practice guides that are going to be published next month, unfortunately after the passage of this bill. And I think, and I'm not in any way undermining what the Minister has said, we have heard words of good intention about this throughout the entire process of the children's hearing system with regard to permanence, because it is an incredibly challenging question that has to be answered by people, because it is about fracturing a family and re-establishing a future for a young person. And we must ground this in what's right for the young people. And I'm not entirely convinced that placing an arbitrary timeline would put us in any worse position than we're in at the moment, if I'm honest. There may be situations where people have to push the decision about permanence because of a timetable to a different venue, but we have a system that's not working. But I am very mindful of the proposal that the Minister has put. And of course, we cannot bind future parliaments or government. But if the Minister would be content to intervene on perhaps something we could bring at stage 3 to indicate an obligation that would sit to review this, I'd be more than happy to take an intervention.
Minister.
Thank you. So, yeah, absolutely. I think there are further groups later on in relation to looking at reviews of the bill as a whole, and I have, I will lay out my stance on that when we get to that group. But I do think there are options to consider permanence in relation to that wider review, and hopefully, be able to have more of an evidence base to go on, and hopefully put something a little more in stone, as Mr Whitfield would like to see, I understand.
Martin Whitfield.
I welcome the intervention on the Minister, and with regard to, I absolutely agree, I think certainly not this section, but there are other sections where this can be encompassed. So on that assurance, Convener, I would seek to withdraw 167. Please.
Thank you very much. Martin Whitfield seeks to withdraw Amendment 167. Does any member object? No member objects. Amendment 167 is withdrawn. I call Amendment 168 in the name of Willie Rennie, group with Amendments 185, 103 and 104. Paul O'Kane to move Amendment 168 and speak to all amendments in the group. Mr O'Kane.
Thank you very much, Convener, and I am here speaking on behalf of Willie Rennie. I'll speak primarily to 168. This amendment was developed at the suggestion of Duncan Dunlop, and obviously Mr Rennie has spoken about Duncan Dunlop's involvement with Promise, both at stage 1 and of course in our initial stage 2 proceedings. And I think it's important to recall his evidence indeed prior to stage 1 to this committee, where he highlighted many of the complicated and complex issues which he hoped that this bill would be able to explore, and many of the issues that persist in terms of understanding how we support care experienced people and how we improve their lives and of course deliver the promise. During his stage 1 evidence, he highlighted, I think quite starkly, that premature and avoidable deaths of care experienced people are still very significant, and we still don't have a range of data to understand why that happens and how that happens, and how actually we might design and shape services in order to improve outcomes in that regard. So the amendment is intended to ensure transparency, accountability and learning in one of the most urgent indicators of systematic failure, which is the premature death of care experienced people. Where the state acts as a corporate parent, it is incumbent, I think, upon the state to know when children die, why they die, and to act indeed to prevent that further loss. So this amendment would require the Scottish ministers should lay before Parliament an annual report on the premature deaths of care experienced people under the age of 65, and that report would include the total number of deaths in the reporting year, the cause of death as recorded officially, where known the type and location of care setting in which the person lived during their time in care, and any trends or learning identified to inform prevention and policy development. And I'm sure colleagues across the committee and more widely would recognise the importance of this level of data. We certainly do it in regards of other groups in Scotland, and I think it's crucial that we take action and take work forward in order to understand when a tragedy occurs where a person who has care experienced dies, that we understand why that is and how we prevent it. I understand from Mr Rennie that he is willing to hear what the Minister has to say and to consider working collaboratively in advance of stage 3. And with that, Convener, I will move and pass back to you.
Thank you very much. I call on Miles Briggs to speak to Amendment 185 and other amendments in the group. Mr Briggs.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Minister and your officials. This is a probing amendment which I've brought forward following discussions with a number of social workers as we've developed our approach to the bill. And the conversations I've had with them has been around trying to reduce the bureaucracy which many of them are facing around their workload. And so I wanted to bring this amendment to probe where ministers will look to review some of the bureaucracy which is around the delivery of services. Looking down to North Ayrshire and the progress they've made, I think there's been some real positive work there to look towards reducing the levels and burden of reporting which is placed on many social workers in that part of the UK. So I wanted to really hear what the Minister had to say. A number of events I've attended, it's been an issue which has been raised consistently by social workers, and this is a real opportunity, I think, to try to declutter some of that additional workload which we place on them if they're going to have the time to deliver some of the additional work which they promise and this bill will bring to them. So, therefore, I put this in as a probing amendment and interested to hear what the Government's approach is to this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Rose McCall to speak to Amendment 103 and other amendments in the group. Ms McCall.
Thank you, Convener, and good morning, everyone. It's nice to be back here again to talk about these. I'm just going to talk about my amendments. We're in a position, I think, where sometimes we don't know what we don't know. We hear regularly, and the Minister be well aware of my concern over the housing issue regarded for care experienced young people and care experienced people in general. And we hear regularly that this is a serious problem, but we actually don't have very much data on that. So my Amendment 103 is to provide some transparency around housing outcomes. The amendment introduces an annual reporting on housing outcomes for care experienced people and allows us to see that if these policies that we're putting in place are actually working. And I think what is measured gets improved, and that's basically what 103 is for. And 104 is really to sort of close an accountability loop, just requiring reporting on spending, priorities and outcomes aligned with the promise. And it ensures that the investment, the government is very committed to this, and we see large investments, and it's just so that we have an idea of how the money is spent and what the results are. So that's both my amendments in a hope to actually shed a little bit of light and transparency on what is happening. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Convener. I thank Mr Rennie for Amendment 168, and I share his desire to prevent the premature deaths of anyone in Scotland, and in the context of the promise, the disproportionate number of early deaths linked to outcomes from being care experienced. However, I am concerned about the scope of the proposed duty and how it could actually work in practice. It assumes that the Scottish Ministers would readily have access to relevant information about these matters for all care experienced persons under the age of 65. But that is not the case, especially for those adults who might have left the care system many years ago and for which records of their care may no longer be available. As proposed, I am concerned that as well as being unworkable, this amendment could be detrimental to the privacy of care experienced people and that it could cause trauma and stigmatisation to their families. In addition, defining premature deaths as a medical matter, and for some people, unknown or later diagnosed health conditions can be the cause of death earlier than the general population. So what I therefore think is important is to continue to gather data about the deaths of children who are looked after, and importantly to seek to prevent more of these. Now, under Regulation 6 of the Looked After Children Scotland Regulations 2009, notification duties are already in place in the event of the death of a child who is looked after, and further detail on reporting was set out in National Guidance Update in 2024. Since October 2021, a national hub has been in place to review and learn from the deaths of all children and young people in Scotland. A principal aim of the hub is to channel the learning from child death reviews to inform change and improvement, and ultimately help reduce future preventable child deaths. Now, the National Child Protection, Adult Support and Protection Learning Group also meets regularly to ensure learning is better shared between partners and to drive national improvements. The law and processes that we have in place must be proportionate, they must be flexible and timely to ensure that learning is relevant to the current practice context and is systematic in its approach. A strengthened focus on how learning can be actioned and implemented to improve outcomes for all. However, I recognise the need and the collective desire to reduce as many preventable deaths as we possibly can. And I agree that there is more work to do to ensure learning from the information we do hold to support increased preventative activity. So I'm happy to explore further with Mr Rainey ahead of stage 3 what more could be done to build on the existing matters that I've set out above, but particularly focusing on the deaths of looked after children and those up to the age of 26 in receipt of continuing care or aftercare service. I agree with the intent behind Miles Briggs Amendment 185, ensuring that children's care services are effective, accessible and free from unnecessary barriers, including unnecessary bureaucracy, is central to our commitment to keep the promise. However, I think the issues that Mr Briggs seeks to address, including bureaucratic barriers to access or delivery, are covered by a robust statutory framework for children's services planning, review and reporting. This framework is further supported by annual reports and inspection, within which the children's care system is a core part, and there are amendments in a later group which also speak to this, and I think there's are very relevant to this amendment. My concern is that introducing a separate statutory review would duplicate existing legal duties and add complexity and potentially more bureaucracy to the system, an unintended consequence almost, when our focus should be on delivery and improvement. I really do want to assure Mr Briggs that the Scottish Government is committed to strengthening the existing framework, including, as I've just mentioned, enhancing scrutiny of children's services plan annual reports, supporting local engagement in that scrutiny, refreshing statutory guidance and ensuring clearer expectations on identifying and reducing unnecessary bureaucracy. Yes.
Miles Briggs.
With the establishment of Social Work Scotland, what work will be undertaken specifically around this? I agree with the Minister. I don't want to create more bureaucracy when I'm trying to reduce bureaucracy with this amendment, but it's not clear in terms of what real scoping is taking place to look towards how the profession can limit the amount of reporting it's asked to do, which often, given the amount of casework which our social workers have, is reported to us consistently as one of their biggest pressures they're facing, and a reason why many people leave the profession much earlier or don't stay in that profession for their careers. So I just wondered what work will then take place as part of that.
There may be a place for that in the new agency. However, that's something that I would be more than happy to discuss further with Mr Briggs, and equally with Social Work Scotland, to see if we can address some of the concerns that Mr Briggs has raised through this amendment. Ros McCall's Amendment 103 would require Scottish ministers to report on housing outcomes for care experienced people, and I know that this issue was considered during the passage of the Housing Bill last year. The Housing Scotland Act 2025 builds upon the strong housing rights that already exist in Scotland and bring a renewed focus on prevention. Now, I am acutely aware of the housing challenges faced by care leavers, and the Scottish Government is committed to work with partners, including local authorities, on the best approach to reduce them. That includes plans to refresh guidance for local authorities and corporate parents on supporting young people leaving care, improving information on the financial support available, and to continue engagement with the DWP on how young people leaving care access their services in Scotland. But it's unclear how information on housing outcomes could be practically gathered for an annual report under Amendment 103, because not all people with care experience will have a housing outcome in the social rented sector. I'd suggest that the partnership work that is underway currently through the Story of Progress and the Promise Progress framework is the best route for monitoring and reporting outcomes. And I'm prepared to look further at the housing-related data around that and how that might inform improved service provision going forward. I think there are similar challenges with Ros McCall's Amendment 104, which would create statutory reporting duties on expenditure, service provision and outcomes related to care experience. The extensive partnership work that is underway and is being continuously developed between the Scottish Government, COSLA and the Promise Scotland and wider partners provides the most appropriate route to demonstrate progress. As with Amendment 103, the Promise Story of Progress provides the jointly agreed approach to measuring change, the key metrics against which progress can be measured, and a strong quantitative basis for understanding progress and directing further action. In addition to this, the work that's underway, led by Scotland's National Social Policy Advisor Linda Bald, to connect data sources across the Scottish Government and across organisations, notably with Public Health Scotland, is effectively improving our understanding of progress. And equally, through Plan 2430, there is a growing understanding and a shared vision for what, when and by whom actions must be undertaken. It's of course important to note that funding for the promise is complex. Success, I think, is both, I've been clear with the committee before, it's both through targeted and universal service provision and can only be achieved through an increased shift in expenditure and activity from reactive to prevention. I think our approach to whole family support aims to remove barriers, to enable local partners to have greater flexibility, and this alignment and potential consolidation of funding will support a fuller understanding of the total expenditure on promise-related activity. Some of the outcome indicators listed in... yes?
Ros McCall.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Minister, and I'm listening very intently to what you're suggesting. When we look at the Whole Family Wellbeing Fund, we know there is disparity of spending across the country. Is the Minister saying that that data that from the other avenues that she's intimating is providing the information because there seems to be a small disconnect? And if she's looking at that data, what reassurances can she give me that something will be done to make sure that we have a better understanding of where there are the gaps in the system?
Minister.
I think what I'm laying out is a clear package in terms of a number of different things or areas of ongoing work that can be drawn on to really understand the data and the spend and the activity that is going on a day-to-day basis. In relation to whole family wellbeing, the member said that spend is disproportionate across the country. Of course, that is being led by the readiness of children's service planning partnerships. And, I think beyond the promise, the focus of whole family and public sector reform must, have an impact on the bureaucracy and the reporting issues identified. And I think there's work underway to enable flex in the funding and the reporting. So, as I say, I think what I've set out is a really clear package of a number of different areas that are helping us to gather the data and evidence that Ms McCall is reflective of within this amendment. However, imposing statutory reporting requirements in primary legislation, I believe, would risk detracting from the flexibility required to investing in, designing and delivery of services to achieve the best outcomes. I would therefore ask Ros McCall not to move amendments 103 or 104. I'd similarly ask Miles Briggs not to move amendment 185, and I would encourage the committee to vote against these if moved.
Thank you. I call on Paul O'Kane to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 168. Mr O'Kane.
Thank you very much, Convener. And I would recognise the debate that's just been had. Obviously, I'm speaking on behalf of a colleague, so I don't have too much more to add, other than to take the Minister at her word in terms of a further engagement ahead of Stage 3. Whilst I appreciate what she said in relation to Mr Rennie's amendment about the complexities of collating and collecting data and the work that government does currently to collate data of care-experienced young people in the system, I do think there is a wider issue here about understanding demographic trends and understanding the challenges that exist. So with that, I'm happy to withdraw the amendment and to commit to further work ahead of Stage 3.
Thank you. Paul O'Kane, on behalf of Willie Rennie, seeks to withdraw Amendment 168. Does any member object? No member objects. Amendment 168 is withdrawn. I call Amendment 169 in the name of Willie Rennie, already debated with Amendment 95. Paul O'Kane, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Sorry, there's noise here. That's not moved.
Not moved.
Not moved. The question is, Section 7 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yeah. We are agreed. I call Amendment 11 in the name of Fulton McGregor, grouped with Amendments 12, 13, 14, 15 and 16. Fulton McGregor to move Amendment 11 and speak to all amendments in the group. Mr McGregor.
Thank you, Convener. I am grateful to be given the opportunity to speak to today's amendments in my name, which focus on strengthening adoption support in Scotland. and crucially preventing adoption breakdown. Now, before turning to the individual amendments, I want to place on record my thanks to the Scottish Government, particularly the Minister, for her constructive and ongoing engagement on these amendments, even right up to late on yesterday. So we're still in discussion about it. And I also want to acknowledge the work of the cross-party group in social work, which I chair, through which I've engaged extensively with practitioners, adopters and care experienced people. And that work has been instrumental in shaping these amendments. I should also say, in placing the record, that as a registered social worker, my experience working with children and families and adoptive families over a long time has also influenced this. But perhaps most importantly, I've also been directly contacted by constituents in my own area and by adoptive families and adopted people living across Scotland, and they've shared deeply personal experiences of the challenges they face after an adoption order is granted, and the consequences when the right support is not available at the right time. And their voices, I want to let people know, are at the heart of these amendments. So, taken together, these proposals are about ensuring that adoption support is seen as an essential, sustained part of our adoption system. Amendment 11 would add specialist adoption social work to the list of adoption support services under Section 1 of the Adoption and Children Scotland Act 2007. Now, local authorities already have a duty to provide adoption support services, but too often families report losing access to specialist expertise once the adoption order is granted, and there are many reasons for that, including families themselves maybe not wanting social work support. So this amendment seeks to ensure that adoptive families are not left without that expert trauma-informed support at the point when challenges may become more complex rather than less. One parent who contacted me about the lack of post-adoption social work for their child noted that, and I quote, "We adopted him and love him dearly. From a more clinical perspective, adoptive parents save the system a significant amount of money over a child's lifetime, while also helping to ensure that the child grows into an adult who can contribute positively to society and reach their full potential. This brings into sharp focus the lack of meaningful post-adoption support. There are complex neurodiverse needs common among children awaiting adoption, yet there appears to be a cliff-edge approach where support effectively ends once the adoption paperwork is signed. This must change." Now, I know that was a long quote, but I felt it was quite a powerful one. I want to be clear that Amendment 11 isn't about blaming social work adoption services. I have many colleagues that work, many ex-colleagues that now work in adoption services, and I know that the work that they do is about the priorities within social work and caseloads, as Miles Briggs mentioned in a previous amendment, etc., and where support for those newly adoptive families fit in. Amendment 12 takes a similar approach by adding peer support to the list of adoption support services. Evidence from adopters consistently highlights the value of peer support both before and after adoption, and the distinct needs that arise at different stages of the adoption journey, particularly the teenage years. This amendment recognises the importance of structured, accessible peer support as part of a comprehensive support offer. What we found through the work of the cross-party group was that a lot of adoptive parents actually found each other after adoption breakdown. They found each other in forums and through other means, and perhaps they felt that that would have been more useful to have that at an earlier stage. Amendment 13 would require local authorities, when carrying out their duty to provide an adoption service, to have regard to the desirability of ensuring sustainable funding for adoption support services, specifically to prevent adoption breakdown. The amendment reflects a clear message from both families and professionals. Prevention and early support are significantly more effective and more cost-effective than responding after a crisis has occurred. Adoption breakdown is traumatic for children and families, and it also places additional pressure on already stretched public services. Sustainable funding is therefore a right and prudent approach. In another case that involved a parent who fears that they may experience an adoption breakdown said, and again I quote, "We had been in the process of adopting again, something we were so excited about, but we've had to stop because we can't keep everyone safe right now. And that living through this has just shown me just how broken the system is for a family like ours." Again, I think a really powerful quote for committee members. Apologies. Amendment 14 would require ministers to make regulations to ensure recognition of care experience status for the purpose of accessing relevant services and support, including mental health services. While I agree, and I've had some discussions with the Minister, while not all services available to care experienced people will be relevant to adopted children, It is vital that adopted children's care experience status and their rights to support are properly recognised and they get the support that they need. And this, I think, particularly is important, particularly for access to mental health support and fast track to CAMHS in line with commitments set out in the promise. This, I'm sure, other members around the table will have had requests for support with adopted children needing support from CAMHS. And by the very nature, often children who have been adopted have experienced similar traumatic experiences in their early life to those in care experience and really need that CAMHS support. So for me, this is a real, this could be a real big change. Amendment 15 would insert a new section into the 2007 Act requiring ministers to make regulations setting out a definition of adoption breakdown alongside guidance in the collection and sharing of information. At present, the lack of a national definition and consistent data collection makes it extremely difficult to monitor trends, learn from experience or take preventative action. And this amendment brings transparency, learning and improvement to our engagement with adoption breakdown. Amendment 15 is more about being better informed rather than assigning blame. And I'd like to acknowledge that the Promise and Bernardo's, who explicitly welcomed this amendment in their Stage 2 briefings. And Bernardo's also supported my final amendment, Convener, Amendment 16, which would require ministers to produce a report on funding for therapeutic support as part of adoption support services, including consideration of whether Scotland should establish a national therapeutic support fund. This draws on the model of England's Adoption and Special Guardianship Support Fund and responds directly to concerns raised by families about unequal access to therapeutic support depending on where they live. A national approach has the potential to improve consistency, equity and outcomes. As I said at the start, Convener, in closing, these amendments are grounded in the lived experience of adoptive families, the expertise of social work professionals and the clear message that adoption support must be sustained, specialist and preventative, and I move the amendment in my name. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I call the Minister.
Thank you, Convener, and I thank Fulton McGregor for bringing forward this group of amendments. I'm aware of his long-standing interest in adoption, both in his previous professional life and currently as an MSP. And I believe we share the same aim, to ensure that adoptive families receive strong, reliable and consistent support. Now, the amendments raise very important issues around specialist post-adoption social work support, peer support, sustainable funding, recognition of adopted people's experiences, improving national consistency on adoption breakdown and access to therapeutic support. And these matters are important to many adoptive families. I thank Mr McGregor for reading out some of those quotes, really, just emphasising the real life experiences. And I, of course, have heard directly from adoptive families of the challenges and the inconsistencies in support. That's why we're driving forward actions from the adoption vision statement. However, I am prepared to go a little further today. Now, while each and all of these areas are important, I think we need to ensure that any changes we make are workable and deliverable across Scotland. Much post-adoption support is provided through wider children and families teams and specialist third sector organisations, and local capacity does vary. In that context, placing new duties on the face of the bill risks creating statutory expectations before we've fully clarified their purpose, scope and delivery mechanisms. I think it's important that any duties in this area are designed with a clear understanding of existing practice and informed by the experience of adoptive families, so that what we put in place genuinely does support them. I absolutely recognise the value that specialist post-adoption social work and peer support can bring, and I do understand the intention behind highlighting sustainable funding and ensuring that adopted people feel their experiences are acknowledged. I also agree that there is merit in improving how adoption breakdown is understood and recorded, and I appreciate the intent behind the proposal for a national therapeutic support fund. However, as drafted, several of these amendments may not achieve the outcomes that we want to see, and others, such as Amendment 12 on peer support and 15 on defining adoption breakdown and setting data requirements, would require further engagement on purpose, scope and implementation before any statutory duties could be placed in legislation. However, I do want to be constructive, and I know that Fulton McGregor does too, and I think there might be something that we could consider in the broad space represented by Amendments 12 and 15. and I would be happy to work with Mr McGregor and other members ahead of Stage 3 to refine their intent in a way that reflects established delivery models, is proportionate and workable, and is informed by adoptive families' experiences. Separate to this, I'm also open to considering a review of the 2011 adoption and looked after children guidance, and to exploring whether a Stage 3 enabling power for statutory adoption support guidance, which local authorities must have regard to, may offer a more coherent and proportionate route to improving consistency on the matters that Fulton McGregor brings to our attention. I hope the member would be agreeable to this approach and will not press his amendments so that we can continue to work together on this ahead of Stage 3.
Thank you. Fulton McGregor to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 11. Mr McGregor.
Thanks, Convener. I want to thank the Minister for her engagement throughout the passage of these amendments, including her offer there, which, as I said at the outset, she'd made before. I don't intend to press any of the amendments today based on the offer to work ahead of Stage 3. The Minister and her team have demonstrated that they are clear they want to work with me in this area, not just through the passage of this bill, but also through the Minister's appearance at the cross-party group sessions that we had on adoption, where I think that the people there were very impressed with her commitment to this particular area. So, on that basis, I will, I think I withdraw the first one, don't I? I will withdraw Amendment 11 and work with the Minister ahead of Stage 3.
Thank you very much. Fulton McGregor seeks to withdraw Amendment 11. Does any member object? No member objects, so Amendment 11 is withdrawn. I call Amendment 12 in the name of Fulton McGregor, already debated with Amendment 11. Fulton McGregor to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 13 in the name of Fulton McGregor, already debated with Amendment 11. Fulton McGregor to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 14 in the name of Fulton McGregor, already debated with Amendment 11. Fulton McGregor to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 15 in the name of Fulton McGregor, already debated with Amendment 11. Fulton McGregor to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 16 in the name of Fulton McGregor, already debated with Amendment 11. Fulton McGregor to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you very much. I call Amendment 17 in the name of the Minister, group with Amendments 170, 171, 18 and 19. Minister to move Amendment 17 and speak to all amendments in the group. Minister.
I move Amendment 17 in my name. That Amendment 17 and Mr Whitfield's Amendment 170 both seek to amend the financial transparency provisions in Section 8 of the Bill in order to add secure accommodation services, to bring them within the scope of the regulation-making provisions in relation to profit limitation and information. Now, the Government has put forward Amendment 17 following the public consultation on the profit provisions. We believe the amendment will provide greater consistency across the children's residential care sector by ensuring that we also have financial transparency in the secure care sector. As Amendment 17 will achieve the aim which Mr Whitfield is also seeking to achieve, I hope he might understand why I prefer my own amendment and that he might support that and not press his own. In relation to Mr Whitfield's Amendment 171, while I am confident that by adding secure care all appropriate forms of residential care are already included, I do understand why it might be considered appropriate to provide for as yet unidentified provision that could be profit-making. That future-proofing of our provisions with the power to make regulations might also usefully act as a deterrent to any private sector provider moving into Scotland with an innovative form of care that is profit-making. So I think it seems sensible to accept Amendment 171, but we might need to tidy it up a little bit prior to Stage 3. My Amendment 18 amends Section 105(1) of the Public Service Reform Scotland Act 2010 to update the definition of a child to be 18 years for the purposes of the application of the provisions inserted by Section 8 of the Bill. This is in line with this Bill and with the UNCRC rather than the previous default of 16 years old. My Amendment 19 fixes a technical problem with the definition of cross-border placement in the Public Service Reform Scotland Act 2010. The current definition's reference to cross-border placements which are made into a residential establishment is too narrow to cover placements made into school care accommodation services. Amendment 19 broadens the definition to correct this, and it will ensure that the new powers inserted into the 2010 Act by the 2024 Act can work as intended. Accordingly, I ask members to support my Amendments 17, 18 and 19 and to support Martin Whitfield's Amendment 171.
Thank you. I call Martin Whitfield to speak to Amendment 170 and other amendments in the group. Mr Whitfield.
I'm grateful, Convener, and can I thank the Minister for her comments. And I will definitely sit on the vine that great minds think alike with regard to seeking an amendment and extension to it. although, as my colleague Jeremy Balfour says, reads like most of my school reports, could do better, prefer my own. So in the circumstances, I am content to listen and to support the Minister with regard to her amendment. And I welcome the Government's support for Amendment 171. I had much harsher words than innovative for people coming in and looking at the future, but I like the word innovative, so we will stick with that for the public record, and I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. Minister, to wind up.
Nothing further to add.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 17 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. I call Amendment 170 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 17. Martin Whitfield, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 171 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 17. Martin Whitfield, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 171 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. I call Amendment 18 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 17. Minister, to move formally?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 18 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. The question is that Section 8 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. The question is that Section 9 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. I call Amendment 19 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 17. Minister, to move formally?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 19 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. I call Amendment 172 in the name of Martin Whitfield, grouped with Amendments 173, 174, 175, 176 and 177. Martin Whitfield, to move Amendment 172 and speak to all amendments in the group. Mr Whitfield.
I'm very grateful, Convener. And this section deals with the register of foster carers. And my amendments 172 and indeed 173 relate to the information and safeguarding that needs to sit in that register. Any register has a risk of being misused and indeed on some occasions abused, and it is important in this day and age, as perhaps it should always have been, with regard to who possesses and owns the data that sits on that, and for amendments to be sought where errors have been made. The first two amendments in this group relate specifically to that and about the information that the individuals who are considered but not approved as foster carers on the register and how that appears. So the purpose behind it is to provide the right information, but also to protect against any erroneous information being put onto it. Amendment 173 encourages the Minister to consider that the foster carers' ownership of their own personal data when drafting regulations on the register is taken into account. I think this is good practice and should in any event occur. The other amendments that relate to this are as much they are more than probing amendments, because there is something with regard to the register that will allow a developmental approach going forward with regard to foster carers, who are an especially important, but I am afraid often overlooked group in the system that is our care system. They, as individuals, often feel that they bear the brunt of difficult and challenging situations without full and adequate support, but at other times are looked upon to go above and beyond in very difficult circumstances, often late at night, often over the weekends, in situations. And I think it is time that this Parliament, the Scottish Government and indeed the people of Scotland recognise the incredible work that foster carers do. I think that the register would allow a developmental approach to this, to give a professionalism, to give recognise an expertise, and give proper and true credit to where the foster carers sit in our system. And the proposals that come in these amendments are not unlike the General Teaching Council of Scotland, who govern the registration and entrance into the profession of teaching, and do so through a organisation that is owned by teachers and controlled by teachers, but in which other statutory bodies, and of course including the Scottish Government and the trade union movement and COSLA, have places and has worked incredibly successfully. I am absolutely in admission that the foster carers situation is not one where that could be encompassed straight away, but I am curious as to whether or not the government would be inclined to look to develop the environment that would allow that to go forward. Because I think we have seen the strength of non-government, indeed non-local authority systems like the GTCS work very successfully in both governing entrance into a profession and also monitoring the skill and set level that sits within that profession to ensure that the people of Scotland can be confident that people in a similar circumstance with regard to foster carers are exactly the right people to deal with some of the most vulnerable children in our society. And with that, Convener, I will formally move 172.
Very much, and I call on Ros McCall to speak to Amendment 174 and other amendments in the group. Ms McCall. Thank
you again, Convener. I'm only going to speak to my amendment. I mean, our foster carers do a phenomenal job, and we know that it's a struggle to find foster carers, and I would hate for the production of a register to do anything that might inadvertently make that situation harder. This register in its infancy is a really good idea, but it can't be used as a league table. It has to have some kind of parameters put in place to make sure that it is just purely a register of people who are foster carers rather than a mechanism to grade. And that's all this amendment is trying to do. It's an amendment designed to strengthen the safeguarding whilst also protecting the integrity and well-being of the foster carers that are on it. And it recognises that transparency improves trust. So I'm hopeful that 174 is a small amendment just to ensure that the register, which we're all in agreement with, doesn't inadvertently move into a way of grading our foster carers, and that the government can support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Call the Minister.
Thank you, Convener. Section 10 is deliberately drafted as a flexible enabling power, allowing the detailed design of a national foster carer register to be shaped through further consultation and co-production with foster carers, care experienced people and fostering services. The policy memorandum is clear that this approach is essential to ensure the final model genuinely reflects the realities of fostering and the voices of carers, services and care experienced people. Now, the future of foster care consultation showed strong support for the principle of a national register, recognising the potential benefits for consistency and transparency. However, also made clear that key decisions about scope, safeguarding information, data handling and carers' rights require substantial further engagement before they can responsibly be set in law. Stakeholders emphasised that any register must be proportionate, should not deter recruitment and must support rather than burden services. Above all, it must work in a manner that is in the best interests of children and the carers who look after them. Now, Martin Whitfield's Amendment 172 helps avoid the perception of blacklisting prospective carers whose circumstances may change, supporting recruitment and retention, an issue raised repeatedly by the sector. His Amendment 173 strengthens carers' ability to access and correct their personal information, aligning with clear consultation messages about transparency and strong data protection standards. I support these amendments and am grateful for the constructive way in which they have been brought forward. Ros McCall's Amendment 174, however, would place detailed operational requirements for the register directly into primary legislation, fixing key elements of how the register would operate before they have been shaped with foster carers and stakeholders. While stakeholders may tell us that these are the sort of requirements they want to see reflected in how the register operates, and I agree those issues matter deeply, I'm not comfortable making these decisions at this stage without having heard from foster carers and others through the consultation and co-production processes that the bill deliberately provides for. Likewise, I would ask Martin Whitfield not to press Amendments 175, 176 and 177, which would create the Scottish Foster Carers Council, because these amendments fix in primary legislation the existence and certain functions of a new national body before any consultation has taken place on whether such a body is needed or what form it should take. The consultation that has taken place, it didn't propose or test the creation of such a body, nor did any respondents identify it as a way to ensure that foster carers' voices are heard. Sections 30 Yes.
Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for taking an intervention, and I absolutely recognise the narrative that she puts about when this has been raised and whether it's been looked at. Could I inquire then whether or not at a fundamental level the Scottish Government are against the concept of effectively an arm's length holder of the register at some time in the future? Is that something that the Scottish Government could never envisage if it came out through consultation and support and was seen as a way of improving it?
Minister.
That's not something I'm closed off to. I'm not saying at this moment whether that would be the right or the wrong approach, but I've spoken with a number of different organisations around this register, and I know there are competing views in that regard. So that's perhaps something that could be considered further in terms of that engagement. Yes.
Minister, content to take another intervention? I'm very grateful. I'm content with that response, Minister.
Okay,
Minister.
Sections 30D and 30E already give ministers the flexibility to explore and develop appropriate oversight arrangements for the register. Creating a statutory body at this stage, however, is premature without the consultation and the co-production as provided for in the bill. And in addition, the amendment does not appear to reflect the distinct statutory frameworks that exist for foster care and kinship care, because it would permit kinship carers to sit on a body overseeing a foster-specific register. And I think that risks blurring roles and responsibilities in a way that could create confusion rather than clarity for carers and services. Amendment 177 is, of course, consequential in 176. I support Amendments 172 and 173 and encourage members to vote for these. I ask Ros McCall not to move for Amendment 174 and Martin Whitfield not to move Amendments 175, 76 and 77. If they do, I would encourage members to vote against them so that we can continue to work in partnership with the sector in designing the register carefully and in a way that best supports children and young people and foster carers.
Thank you. I call on Martin Whitfield to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 172. Mr Whitfield.
Nothing really to add to the contribution. I press 172.
The question is that Amendment 172 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call Amendment 173 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 172. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 173 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call Amendment 174 in the name of Ros McCall, already debated with Amendment 172. Ros McCall to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 175 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 172. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 176 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 172. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 177 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 172. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 177 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Okay, that is quite all right. So I'll just say it again so we've got it on the record. I call Amendment 177 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 172. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Not move.
Good. We'll clip the earlier bit out of the proceedings and no one will ever know. I call Amendment 178 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 92. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Move.
Absolutely. The question is that Amendment 178 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed, so I call Amendment 179 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 92. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 179 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call Amendment 180 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 92. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 180 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call Amendment 181 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 92. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 181 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call Amendment 182 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 92. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 182 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call Amendment 183 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 92. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 183 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call Amendment 184 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 92. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 184 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. We move on, and I call Amendment 20 in the name of the Minister, group with Amendment 21. Minister to move Amendment 20 and speak to all amendments in the group. Minister.
Convener, my amendments 20 and 21 strengthen the statutory basis for payments to foster and kinship carers. The amendments introduce for the first time a clear and consistent mechanism for the annual uprating of allowance rates and form an important part of our wider programme of work to improve the experience of care in Scotland. Foster and kinship carers play an essential role in providing safe, secure and nurturing homes during some of the most challenging moments in a child's life. And to meet our commitments under the promise and to ensure that children experience the stable relationships they need, we must make sure that carers are not placed under unnecessary financial pressure. Now, Amendment 20 clarifies and strengthens the legislative basis for the payments that local authorities may make to foster carers. It ensures that ministers can make provision in relation to both allowances paid in respect of the child and other payments made to carers for the role that they undertake. It also enables ministers to require local authorities to publish the rates of payment they pay to carers. And that transparency is vital. Carers tell us they want to understand what they are entitled to, and the publication of consistent information will help ensure fairness and support recruitment and retention across the country. This also lays the groundwork for future policy development, including consideration of a national approach to foster carer fee payments. Amendment 21 introduces a robust mechanism for the annual uprating of foster and kinship care allowances. This is a significant step forward. The amendment means that allowance rates must be considered each year in line with inflation using the established, structured and transparent framework that applies to devolved social security benefits. Now, by maintaining the value of these allowances over time, we can help ensure that carers are supported with the real cost of caring and that financial strain does not impact the stability of placements. Together, I think these amendments contribute directly to this government's commitment to eradicate child poverty. We know that children supported through foster and kinship care allowances are disproportionately located in communities facing the greatest socio-economic pressures. We also know that many kinship care families are living in poverty. These amendments have the potential to make a difference to these families. By supporting foster and kinship carers, we help ensure that the children they care for have every opportunity to thrive. I would move Amendment 20 and encourage members to vote for Amendments 20 and 21.
Thank you very much. No other members have indicated to come in. Therefore, I have to ask you if you've got anything to say by way of wind-up, Minister.
Nothing further to add.
Nothing to add. Thank you. The question is that Amendment 20 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. I call Amendment 21 in the name of the Minister. Already debated with Amendment 20. Minister to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 21 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. I call Amendment 185 in the name of Miles Briggs. Already debated with Amendment 168. Miles Briggs to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 103 in the name of Ros McCall. Already debated with Amendment 168. Ros McCall to move or not move? This is Amendment 103, already debated with Amendment 168. Ros McCall to move or not move?
Got lost there.
That's fine.
Not moved.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 104 in the name of Ros McCall, already debated with Amendment 168. Ros McCall to move or not move?
And again, not moved.
Not moved. OK. I think I'm going to suspend at that point to allow a comfort break, so I will suspend the meeting for about 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. We will recommence our Stage 2 consideration, and I call Amendment 22 in the name of the Minister. Group with amendments as shown in the groupings. Minister to move Amendment 22 and speak to all amendments in the group. Minister.
Thank you, Convener. I recognise that the issue of single-member hearings has been a focus for members of the committee, and I welcome the scrutiny for what is undoubtedly a significant change for children's hearings. The proposal to introduce single-member hearings comes directly from Sheriff Mackey. I welcome his progressive and positive consideration, both in his original recommendations and his view of these provisions. And I'd like to reiterate the words of Sheriff Mackey from his evidence at Stage 1. We should not be scared about entrusting single members with certain decisions. I accept the committee's view that additional detail is required. That's why I committed in my response to its Stage 1 report that we would address the matters to be considered by a single-member hearing in secondary legislation and available to all parties in the rules of procedure made under Section 177 of the Children's Hearing Scotland Act 2011. And these rules will be further updated in light of the bill. However, I also recognise that these changes may create some anxiety about how this may be implemented, and to that end I am pleased to bring forward Amendments 27 and 30, which introduce a significant safeguard to the operation of the system. The remunerated, legally competent chairing member envisioned by the bill will play a central role in managing a hearing in the redesigned system. It is this senior tribunal member who will be trained, qualified and therefore best placed to decide whether, in any case that could otherwise have been considered by a single panel member, that the child's case should be considered by a hearing of 3 panel members. Yes.
John Mason.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Does this put all the onus on the Chair? And what if the Chair makes a decision that others would disagree with, that it should be 3? I mean, I think a lot of the debate previously was that the norm should be 3 and it should only be relatively minor things that would be 1. But in 27(2) it says the selecting chairing member must, etc., etc., etc. But I just wonder what happens if they make an error or whatever.
Minister.
I believe that, given what I've said, this will be a remunerated, legally competent chairing member. And I believe that we are, and following Sheriff Mackey's words, that we are able to put our trust in that member to take the right decisions and with the best interests of the child or young person at heart. So I am confident that they will be able to take an educated decision based on the needs of that specific child or the specific case. Yes.
Jeremy Walber.
I'm grateful, Commissioner. I don't like to show disrespect to my former legal lawyers, but lawyers do make mistakes. They're not infallible. I have sat for 20 plus years before coming to this place on another former tribunal, and we didn't always get it right either. That was 3 of us. And so, just picking up again Mr Mason's point, there is no right of appeal for the child or for anyone else if this is made. And I think my concern is there could be on occasions where the chair gets it wrong. What right does then the child, the social work, any have in regard to reversing that decision?
Minister.
I would have to probably write to the committee with the specific detail around what recourse they would have to reverse the decision. But of course, the child will have a number of different people supporting them. For example, advocates in relation to what is looking out for the best interest of the child. If there is an instance where it is felt that the best decision was not made for the child, then that can be followed up. But as I've been clear, the single member will not be able to take the multitude of decisions that are available for disposal at a children's hearing. There is a limited number of instances that a single member panel would be used. Yes.
Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful to the Minister. I think the challenge that's being expressed is that there's not a misunderstanding that there will be a limit to those decisions, but the reality is, if one of those decisions is taken and is incorrect, that in essence is the end of, potentially the end of that situation, without the young person, their advocate or anyone else being able to ask for a reconsideration of that view by a whole panel?
Minister.
I think, we need to be very clear that if a case would look as if it was extremely complex, that there could be the ability to make a wrong decision, I would have confidence in the single chairing member to refer that to a 3-member panel, which would then ultimately have to take place. I don't think a single member or a chairing member would want to have something that could give that sort of degree of inconsistency is probably not the right word, but to put that pressure on a single chairing member when, as I say, if a case looks very complex, that a 3-member panel would be required, so that they would take that forward and the 3-member panel would have to go ahead. There is options to appeal against the decision of a hearing. So if there are decisions that have been taken that again do not fit with the best interests of the child in terms of others supporting that child, then there are routes to be taken. Okay. So I think, just have some information here that's already been discussed through the interventions. So as I've said, where the chairing member takes that view, the national convener of Children's Hearing Scotland would have to select a 3-panel member hearing, and the chairing member will be able to request that a full hearing is convened to consider any matter which is central to the child's circumstances. Now, in consequence of Amendment 27, Amendment 26 makes a change to the mechanism open to the national convener in selecting panel members. Amendment 22, 23, 24 are further consequential to Amendments 26 and 27. My Amendments 29 and 32 correct minor typographical errors. Amendment 30 enables the chairing member of a grounds hearing consisting of a single panel member to discharge a case if satisfied that a compulsory supervision order isn't needed. This provides, I think, an important additional safeguard to avoid unnecessary hearings where the chairing member considers the tests for a CSO are not met. And Amendments 31, 33 and 33 are consequential on Amendment 30. Now, I note the intention of Jeremy Balfour's Amendment 25. I recognise there is considerable interest in the chairing member role, as this is a significant development for the children's hearing system. The provisions in the bill enhance the role and recognise the complexity which chairing members deal with on a daily basis. Section 177 of the Children's Hearing Scotland Act already gives Scottish ministers powers to make rules about the procedures relating to children's hearings, and these powers will be used to review the functions of the chairing members to reflect the provisions in the legislation. Now, given that existing legislation already addresses the matters in Mr Balfour's Amendment 25, I hope he might agree not to move his amendment. I also appreciate the intent behind Ros McCall's Amendment 105 regarding safeguarder appointments, but this is exactly the sort of decision that we would consider appropriate for a single member hearing. The appointment of a safeguarder can be an important part of the hearing process and is made where the hearing is seeking additional information which, for whatever reason, may not be available to them at the time they are considering that child's case. Now, barring a single chairing member from taking these sort of decisions removes the flexibility and the potential for expedited decision making. We are not seeking to ensure that. Yes,
Ros McCall.
Sorry to interrupt mid-flow there, Minister, but my concern from this comes from the application of this in rural areas. I've spoken to many many panellists recently. And in certain areas, in rural areas where it is physically impossible to get 3 panel members, we're finding there are members coming from other areas to sit in different things. So the proposals, as I can understand them, is that where it's practicable, somebody will be appointed to make the decisions in this case. That could be in rural areas where we have a limit of panel members, that there's a member making decisions from another geographical area on families that, when it comes to specific things like safeguarding, can actually put the case back in certain cases. This is something that has been explained to me. I might not be explaining it very well here, but actually it has a detrimental effect. Sometimes a safeguarder going in can take the situation back a step rather than forward. And that's how it's working on the ground. So my amendment is trying to make sure that there are 3 voices making that decision rather than 1. Purely based on the fact that rurality is causing a bit of an issue here. I was wondering what the Minister's comments were on that kind of specific situation.
Minister.
I'd actually like to take this discussion with Ros McCall offline, I suppose, and perhaps discuss this ahead of stage 3, because I would need a little bit more clarity. In relation to safeguarders, there is no geographical dimension to safeguarders. It's a national panel, but I think she was also speaking about panel members as well, and the issues around rurality. And obviously those are issues that we are currently facing at the moment, given that we need to increase the number of panel members. I think that the provisions that we're making in relation to introducing single panel members are directly to impact on that, directly to reduce drift and delay, to improve efficiency in the children's hearing system. So actually I believe that these provisions will help with the issues in rural areas.
Take another intervention, Minister. And whilst I understand on paper that's exactly what it would look like, because if you can look at the workflow, then yes, that actually works. But there's nothing in here to stop a panel member making, the single panel member from a different area, making a decision on a family that may, because they don't really know the family, they don't know the circumstances to the full extent. Panel members get very used to the people who are coming forward. They understand the process. That's why we all want to make sure we've got that continuity, because that builds through time. But when you have a rural situation, when you don't have enough, that we could inadvertently have a panel member making a decision to put in a safeguarder into a family that would be detrimental, because it would be a sole decision-making process. And I know you want to take it offline, but how do we make sure that the bill does not inadvertently cause that?
Minister.
So the issue that Ros McCall brings to me is currently happening, because as we've said, there may be members. So yeah, there's 3, but they could be from out with that area. So I don't understand how there's any more risk of that happening with these provisions. And actually, what I've spoken to in terms of what these provisions are aiming to do in terms of reducing drift and delay, I would imagine would help with that in terms of increasing the capacity in the system and hopefully allowing for more localised and more consistency in terms of that chairing member. As I say, I'm very conscious that myself and Ros McCall, I don't think, got to speak about this in detail, and I would be more than happy to, again, consider this in more detail, or maybe not consider this specific amendment, but consider the concerns that she has raised around that. So I thank her for bringing that to my attention. So I would ask Ros McCall not to move Amendment 105, but with the assurance that I'm happy to discuss the concerns that she's raised around rurality and consistency. So I also don't agree with Ros McCall's Amendment 106, which I think removes flexibility from a system dealing with cases which involve significant levels of complexity. I'm sympathetic to her desire to ensure safe decision-making, but removing flexibility from the system is not necessarily, in my view, the correct way to achieve that. There are circumstances where it will be absolutely appropriate for a full hearing to consider the circumstances of an interim order and whether it should be continued or varied, but there are also circumstances where it is entirely appropriate for a chairing member specially recruited and trained to take those decisions. We would argue not that the single member will take these decisions at all times, perhaps not even in many cases, but that they should be able to where it is appropriate and with the relevant safeguards that we're introducing to this bill. So I would again hope that this explanation reassures Ros McCall and she will not move Amendment 106. If she does, I would encourage members to vote against it. And yes.
Martin Whitfield.
I think to go back to the previous discussions that was prompted by John Mason's input, does the Minister envisage that the situation where interim orders are going to be made by a single panel member, the chair, are ones where everyone's going to be in agreement with the interim order, rather than a situation where there is a contradiction or a challenge with regard to which it's the appropriate interim order. I'm just trying to get to the scope of when she envisages interim decisions being made that are sort of not controversial, because the problem goes back to, if it is controversial, where it goes from there. So is it currently in the Minister's mind that the sort of area where interim orders are going to be made by a single chair is where, in essence, everyone in the room, including the child, are in agreement with what the interim order would be? Is that the sort of area that she's thinking of,
yes,
where it could be made, rather than where there's any conflict?
Yes. So I appreciate that continuity, as I've just discussed with Rose McCall, of panel members is a really key theme that's been raised, through our own consultation in the bill, as well as by the many voices of children and young people who helped inform this work over the last few years. I therefore note the intent behind Rose McCall's Amendment 107 and Martin Whitfield's 186 in seeking to promote continuity in relation to chairing of children's hearings. However, I consider that the primary focus of this should be on whether continuity would be desirable, having regard to the best interests of the child, rather than whether it is practicable. If Ms McCall is open to it, I would offer my support with a commitment to work with her on the framing of that amendment for stage 3. I also appreciate Martin Whitfield's interest in the role of the chairing member in his Amendment 187, but I do not consider primary legislation as the appropriate vehicle to provide for recruitment into these roles, nor is it appropriate to restrict the independence of the national convener's role here. It's for the national convener to recruit and train panel members, and I'm satisfied that plans are well underway for a robust recruitment programme based on the qualities, the competencies and skills which the national convener deems appropriate for the role. Chairing members are also children's panel members. The fine balance between the additionality we seek from the remunerated chair's contribution and the overall integrity and cohesion of the panel alongside the volunteer members is one for the national convener to strike. Now, this committee received briefing from the national convener about his work in this area, which I think addresses many of the suggestions made by Mr Whitfield in Amendment 187. I hope, therefore, he will not press that amendment. Now, with regards to Mr Whitfield's additional amendments 226 and 227, I think we can all agree that without the time, effort and expertise of so many people over so many years, we wouldn't have a children's hearing system of which we are proud. The introduction of remuneration is a seismic moment for children's hearings, but it is a moment which arguably has been too long coming, and I thank the committee for their support on this topic. I would ask Mr Whitfield to consider the impact of limiting the scope of remuneration in the way his amendments would do. We would not have the ability, for example, to put in place a scheme of remuneration for specialist panel members. I hope that the explanatory notes in response to the Stage 1 report were helpful to members of the committee on the role and function of specialist panel members. In certain circumstances, a specialist panel member's expertise in a particular subject is intended to provide expert insight into the decision-making of the hearing. Further, that expertise and a panel member's willingness to be available when called upon should be remunerated appropriately. I know the national convener also shares that view. The specialist role could, in future, perhaps become a powerful tool in the decision-making framework of the hearing, and that could be undermined by Amendments 226 and 227 if there was no effective means to remunerate them. The same goes for the future make-up of the panel, and I would not want to confine our options, nor the options of the national convener in this regard. We must be able to respond appropriately to the ever-changing demands of the hearing system. So I would ask Mr Whitfield to consider his position and not press the amendment. I move Amendment 22 in my name. I apologise for a very lengthy speaking note, but thank you, Convener.
No problem. Thank you very much. And I call on Jeremy Balfour to speak to Amendment 25 and other amendments in the group. Mr Balfour.
Thank you, Convener. Amendment 25 simply seeks to ensure, by way of regulation, that the role of the chair is not altered, enhanced or materially changed by the fact that it is now a paid position. I think there is consensus amongst this committee and amongst stakeholders that it is the right time to move to a paid chair. But having discussed this with other groups and charities, particularly SCRA, they are clear that remuneration was not about enhancing the role or making it bigger, but simply improving the quality of the chair. Now, by premature, you were able to recruit people with sufficient skills and experience to improve the quality and consistency of the chain. Now, that, again, no way is a reflection on those who have been doing it over many years. But I think there is a recognition that we live in a changing world where things have become more complex and difficult. But what I don't think we want to go down, and the danger I think we are going down, is that we're going to make the chair's role more onerous and more complex. They need to remain independent and they need to remain impartial. By ensuring it is put into regulation, it allows for changes to happen quicker once we have seen how it works in practice. The Children's here in Scotland say we are devising the new paid chair changes need to be mindful of organisations who are concerned about the possible change in nature and focus of the role of chair. And I think this is what I'm trying to do. So I recognise what the Minister has said. I will reflect on her comments today. I would like to just finally pick up on the final exchange between Martin Whitfield and the Minister in regard to what does the Scottish Government see the role of a one-member panel sitting if it's only uncontroversial things. That seems to me quite a big move in what the Minister has said today. And if that is where the Scottish Government is minded to be and to go, I would be interested in her summing up to whether she would be open to some kind of amendment at stage 3 to crystallise that into the bill, because at the moment that is not how I read the system being. My reading is that it would be up to the chair to make the decision on any case that is appropriate for them to look at. Now, if we are simply saying it is a kind of fairly basic docket that everyone is happy with, then that is different from where we are at the moment. And I would suggest that that would require a change at stage 3. And I think it would give a lot of reassurance, certainly to myself and to others, that this wasn't an overreach of possible chairs going forward. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. I call on Rose McCall to speak to Amendment 105 and other amendments in the group. Ms McCall.
Thank you, Convener. As I've already highlighted, my concern for this was that some of the positions that would be taken by the one-panel process might be inadvertently have some form of unintended consequences. So my amendments were brought forward to look at what I believe that overstretch some of that decision-making process, especially because we've got issues, as I've already stated, in rural areas right now. And I really wanted the unintended consequences to come forward. But I do take on board what the Minister has said, and that we're willing to work with me on those concerns to move this forward. So 105 was entirely about safeguarding. I have heard of instances when safeguarder has been put into a situation and actually has made the situation worse rather than better. And it was a concern of mine that if one person is making that decision, we need to make sure that the information for that one person was complete. And that maybe it just wouldn't be the right way to go. 106, as an amendment, I am very concerned that we put in process a system where we have one panel members and very easily we get to a stage where actually more information and more decision-making moves towards that one panel member. And 106 was to make sure that the most important cases were held by were absolutely held in statute to be heard by 3 panel members, and that's what that amendment is for. And 107 was again about continuity of the chair. I've explained a little bit about what the amendments are, but actually I'm taking the Minister what she's. As I'm happy to work with the Minister ahead of stage 3. I do think there are concerns here. I think there's work that needs to be done, but we'll take it forward offline, as the Minister said, to try and work on these for stage 3. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. I call on Martin Whitfield to speak to Amendment 186 and other amendments in the group. Mr Whitfield.
I'm very grateful, Convener. This has been, as we said only last week, an interesting discussion, because I think the question of the composition of the panel has opened up areas where I agree with Jeremy Balfour. I think we're in a different position to where we were before the start of this, and certainly we're in a very different position to the way the bill that's currently before us sits. However, I do see a great deal of agreement across the Chamber, across the representatives that are here today with regard to their amendments, about an urge to come to a solution in relation to the role, the expectation and the remuneration of the chair, and how it reflects other, if I use the phrase, wing members of the panel. There is also a great deal of interest, and I think an ability to reach a decision on the level of expectation that will be placed on the chair. And I think in the amendments that have been proposed, including the ones that appear in, some of the ones that appear in my name, talk to this role. And I wonder whether, given the circumstances, this is perhaps a section that, rather than use the phrase taken offline, becomes a cross-party discussion with regard to seeking an agreement at stage 3 that the Chamber can absolutely come behind, because I think the intention is there. I think our wordings are slightly different, but I genuinely think people are in the same position with regard to the amendments 226 and 227. I would say at this stage that I have no intention of pressing them, because I have no intention of circumventing very sensible proposals about the importance of reflecting the expertise and professionalism of those that have to support this. So I don't know whether the Minister is in a position to intervene, or indeed can just add in her summation that, to quote her phrase, take it offline, but perhaps more sensibly, take this section away, effectively leaving the bill unamended, with the intentions that I think we're all in a very similar place on it, and I think it needs possibly time to clarify what the consequences of some of these amendments, both government and those of us that sit this side, could bring. I'll leave my submission there.
Thank you very much. Minister, wind up.
Thank you, Convener. I didn't have much to add, but I just did want to reflect on a couple of points made by members. I think we need. I really want to emphasise that the single panel members has been introduced to the bill in an effort to keep children safe. It is not envisaged that this would become, a regular occurrence. It is a measure that has been implemented because there may be times when an urgent decision is required that will help to keep a child safe in those when it's needed in the short term, and that is when it would be expected that a single member panel would be utilised, when it is in an effort to keep a child or young person safe. Yes.
John Mason.
Thank you. I mean, I totally agree with what she's just said, but I do just think, maybe to echo Martin Whitfield, that maybe we could put something in at stage 3 that would just kind of maybe tighten this up a little bit, because I think my fear is that it could just be convenient for a one-member panel chair to just say, well, it'd be easier to just make a decision with me rather than the hassle of getting other people involved.
Minister.
I appreciate that. So I think, just following on from Mr Balfour's comments, while I obviously can't commit to anything right now in terms of exact wording, but there's certainly something we could look at to perhaps provide more clarity around this. So I would be happy to provide assurance that I can take that forward ahead of stage 3, if that would help members. Yes.
Martin Whitfield.
Would the Minister agree with me, and I absolutely welcome the proposal that she makes, that in essence to these amendments we just all leave them in abeyance for that discussion for stage 3, because it's then not predefining anything, and certainly some of the discussion where not new evidence but a different aspect of the role of the single member has been brought about, that actually it's an indication of everyone's intention to work absolutely in good faith to get towards this.
Minister.
I would prefer to move my amendments today, Mr Whitfield, because I think that what we're talking about are specific aspects around clarity on when a single member panel should be utilised. But I think the amendments that I'm bringing forward needed technical amendments as well as safeguards. I believe that we can still get. I really do want to work with members of the committee, but I feel that we can still get to the place that members are requesting us to get to, or provide that clarity, even if my amendments are moved today. Yes.
Martin Whitfield.
I'm grateful, Convener. I'm grateful to the Minister. I understand the position that the Minister takes, but I think, notwithstanding, if we look at the Minister's Amendment 30, which is the single-member panel discharging referrals, I think even as an indication of good faith, if that wasn't moved, I'm quite confident that if it was felt to be necessary, it could be put back into stage 3, but would be an indication. Not that I'm in any way questioning the good faith of the Minister, but it's something that allows a discussion to happen in an area where the Minister wants to see amendments, which maybe we can come behind when we understand it wiser. So, as a matter of good faith, if the Minister was able, even just to simply suggest that not moving, I'd certainly be more than satisfied not to move any of my amendments in this section.
Minister.
To allow that discussion to happen.
Minister.
Okay, as I say, I want to work in a cooperative way, so if it's purely down to Amendment 30, I would be happy not to move that today and continue this discussion following stage 2.
And you've concluded your remarks?
I have.
That's fine. No, thank you very much. The question is that Amendment 22 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call Amendment 23 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 22. Minister, to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 23 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call Amendment 24 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 22. Minister, to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 24 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call Amendment 25 in the name of Jeremy Balfour, already debated with Amendment 22. Jeremy Balfour, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 26 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 22. Minister, to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 26 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call Amendment 27 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 22. Minister, to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 27 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. I call Amendment 105 in the name of Ros McCall, already debated with Amendment 22. Ros McCall, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. We move on, and I call Amendment 28 in the name of the Minister, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. Minister, to move Amendment 28 and speak to all amendments in the group. Minister.
Bear with me, Convener. I wasn't organised there.
No problem.
Thank you. Convener, my amendments in this group make some essential changes to the grounds process. Amendment 60 gives the grounds hearing wider scope to appropriately consider the views of more people than just the principal reporter when considering the child's understanding of the grounds. This might include a child advocacy worker, legal representative or safeguarder whose views will be essential to the hearing's decision. Amendment 61 makes sure the hearing is not forced to proceed immediately to consider the child's acceptance of the grounds when a child hasn't attended, despite a no appropriate person having discussed the grounds with them. It means that the hearing can give the child's capacity and acceptance the necessary and appropriate consideration in their decision making. Amendments 64, 65 and 66 make it clear that the chairing member has flexibility when explaining the grounds and supporting the facts to the child and relevant persons. It means such discussions can be less formal, and these amendments allow for a more proportionate approach to each case, especially where there has been lots of early work with the child and family to help them understand the grounds. Now, Sheriff David Mackey previously raised concerns about the formality of the process, and these amendments seek to address those concerns. Amendment 67 is consequential to those amendments. Now, I understand the intent behind Martin Whitfield's amendments 191 and 192. We absolutely do need to be thoughtful about the capacity of very young children in grounds hearings. However, I am concerned that an arbitrary age limit cuts across individualised and child-centred approaches that are already being applied in practice. An automatic cut-off age is inappropriate because it fails to reflect the different rates at which children's capacity evolves as required by UNCRC. It's expected that, in practice, the voices of very young children will be gathered and reflected to hearings in other ways than a consideration of their capacity to understand the grounds. And ultimately, it's for the hearing to respond to the individual child's needs in this regard. However, in practice, it is highly unlikely that there will be disproportionate or inappropriate consideration of the child's capacity where the child is very young. And moreover, in line with the UNCRC, recent reforms made by this Parliament, such as the Children's Scotland Act 2020, have moved away from presumptions about a child's capacity based purely on age. Apart from age, there may be other issues affecting a child's capacity to understand a statement of grounds. I'd be concerned that a bright line age limit might also potentially lead to unlawful discrimination contrary to Article 14 ECHR. So I hope Martin Whitfield agrees and will not move amendments 191 and 192. If he does, I would ask members to vote against them. I hope that members can support my amendments, and accordingly I move Amendment 20 and all other amendments in my name.
Thank you. I call on Martin Whitfield to speak to Amendment 191 and other amendments in the group. Mr Whitfield.
I'm very grateful, Convener. And indeed, to capture the Minister's last part of her contribution in respect of the amendments that I bring, it is about understanding the capacity, but also understanding the reality of a situation that, at the moment, the conflicting guidance and support as to whose voice will be heard and taken forward is a challenge. The purpose of the amendment was in part to be provocative, because there are 5-year-olds who certainly have a great deal of understanding of some things and less of others. I think if we're talking 5 months to 12 months, it's a very different scenario. And indeed, to revert to some of the earlier discussions, there is going to be a challenge about decisions that are taken and on whose authority evidence was taken with regard in particular to young infants. And I think there needs to be a scope to explore that, because there will come a position where either a single panel member by way of chair, or indeed the panel, will be confronted with conflicting evidence brought before them about a young child as to what is in their best interests. And one of the obligations that we are placing on the Children's Hearing, as has existed in the past, is to make a decision on that. And the support and guidance the panel will need to take that decision is crucial to avoid conflict or tension, or indeed just the wrong decision being made. So if the Minister is open to a further discussion in respect of UNCRC and human rights, and how this can be articulated, not necessarily within the bill, because there are other vehicles in which this could exist, that might be helpful. And if that can be placed on the record, I certainly won't pursue today these two amendments.
Thank you. I call on the Minister to wind up.
Yes, I'd be absolutely happy to continue that further discussion, and I agree fully with Mr Whitfield that I think there are alternative options as well in a non-legislative fashion. I think there's also a place for example, non-instructed advocacy through this as well in relation to the rights of our youngest children. So I think there's a number of things that we could have further discussion on, and I would be happy to do so.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 28 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yeah. We are agreed. I call Amendment 29 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 22. Minister to move formally.
Move.
The question is that Amendment 29 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. I call Amendment 30 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 22. Minister to move or not move?
Not moved.
That's fine. I call Amendment 31 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 22. Minister to move formally?
Not moved.
Amendment 31.
Amendment 31.
That's fine. OK. I call Amendment 32 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 22. Minister to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 32 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. I call Amendment 106 in the name of Ros McCall, already debated with Amendment 22. Ros McCall to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 33 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 22. Minister to move formally.
Not moved.
Not moved. The question is that Section 11 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. I call Amendment 107 in the name of Ros McCall, already debated with Amendment 22. Ros McCall to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 186 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 22. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 226 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 22. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 187 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 22. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 227 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 22. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Not move.
The question is, Section 12 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. I call Amendment 34 in the name of the Minister, group with amendments as shown in the groupings. Minister to move Amendment 34 and speak to all amendments in the group. Minister.
Thank you, Convener. My amendments in Group 20 make important technical amendments to the Bill's approach to a child's attendance at hearings. Amendment 34 seeks to make it absolutely clear that the decision to require a child to attend a hearing can be made in advance of a hearing, and that the decision can apply to all or only part of the hearing. This is a very important element of the scheme regarding attendance, as it will allow procedural decisions to be made at the appropriate time and ensures they can be tailored to require attendance only so far as is completely necessary. Amendments 35, 36, 37, 38, 47 and 49 make amendments that are consequential on the change made by Amendment 34. Amendments 39 to 46 make various minor amendments relating to the child's attendance at hearings before a sheriff. The amendments clarify the provision under which a requirement to attend is imposed and improve consistency in referring to all or part of a hearing. Amendment 48 corrects a minor typographical error. The framing of Ros McCall's Amendment 108, I would say, is problematic from both a legal and a practical perspective, though I appreciate her interest in this area. I think it would be inappropriate for ministers to be seen to be directing the decision-making of an independent tribunal or the relevant independent office bearers carrying out their functions under the Children's Hearing Scotland Act 2011. Now, guidance for attendance based on the age and stage of the child is rightly within the domain of the National Convener of Children's Hearing Scotland. Detailed guidance on attendance is already published and updated on a regular basis in the CHS Practice and Procedure Manual. Just as it would be inappropriate for the Scottish Ministers to interfere with decision-making functions conferred on the courts, it would be equally inappropriate in relation to decision-making by the Children's Hearing itself as an independent and impartial tribunal. Amendment 188 in the name of Martin Whitfield would have the effect of retaining the child's duty to attend. Removing this duty was a key recommendation in the Hearings for Children report, and its removal in Section 13 of the bill was welcomed by the committee in its Stage 1 report, and this change was also well supported in the 2024 public consultation on these proposals. It's my view that, to the fullest extent possible, the child's preference about how they participate in their hearing should be respected, and this must include whether and how they attend. We must not confuse mandated attendance at a hearing for meaningful participation. Section 13 of the bill provides a simple power for a hearing to require attendance where it is necessary for the child to have a fair hearing or to assist the hearing in making a decision. In exercising this power, the hearing must have regard to the child's age and maturity, as well as whether requiring their attendance would put them at risk. Section 13 does not seek to deprive a child of their right to attend their hearing. That right is absolute. No child can be excluded from their hearing for any reason. The bill seeks to uphold the child's preference on whether to attend, to respond to that with support and assurance that they will only have to attend if it is absolutely necessary and fully justified by the hearing. Amendment 188 goes against this well-supported proposal, so I would urge the member not to move it. And similarly, I would ask Ros McCall not to move Amendment 108, and I would encourage members to reject it if it is moved. I move Amendment 34 and encourage members to support all the amendments in my name.
Call on Ros McCall to speak to Amendment 108 and other amendments in the group. Ms McCall.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Minister, for your comments there. I don't want to add a huge amount to speak to this amendment. I'm just going to highlight what Children First have said in their submission, because, and again, the Minister has highlighted to this, the Children's Hearing Scotland have published guidance, a practical guide to support very young children. However, questions around very young children's voices continue to be raised. And if we've got this concern, if we've got this issue regarding the guidance, I think it's important that we utilise any way we can to make sure that that focus is put in place. And that's what this amendment is seeking to do, is to actually have guidance on the face of the bill put through so that everybody knows where they are and what they're meant to do. And that's what this amendment is trying to do. So I accept wholeheartedly that there is guidance in place, but children's voices continue to be raised. There are questions on that, and that's what this amendment is there to do. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. I call on Martin Whitfield to speak to Amendment 188 and other amendments in the group. Mr Whitfield.
I'm very grateful, Convener. And the purpose behind 188 is not with respect to the Minister's contribution mandating the requirement of the child to be at every hearing. It is providing the provision that in order to comply with UNCRC rights, human rights and general accepted jurisprudence in proving that a fair trial has taken place, whoever is the subject of that hearing, irrespective of their age, should have the right to attend, which the Minister has articulated, but also where a situation arises where the tribunal or the group have decided they shouldn't, then the right questions are asked, because the failure to do that will render the decision questionable. If it's a full tribunal, appellable. If it's a single chair, maybe otherwise. And the purpose that sits behind this is to ensure that the UNCRC Article 40 right to a fair trial can not only be seen to occur, but can be objectively proved to have occurred. So I think it is unfair to describe the amendment as requiring the attendance of a young person. What my proposed amendment does is to ensure that the correct questions are asked so that the young person, where they are able, or those that represent or advocate on their behalf also understand what has occurred by way of whether attendance is needed or not. I think the bill, as it presently is articulated, and I'm not saying this is the sole place that this could be rectified, could rightly be challenged with regards to the human rights. And, you know, I speak as someone who, coming to this place and before, has always advocated for human rights. And it's not a case of trying to force in the most wrong situation where, for example, the young person may be re-traumatised or indeed traumatised that they're attended, but actually that their rights are not only seen to be upheld but can be openly proved for it. And the purpose behind my amendment was to ensure that when those very serious questions are asked of a tribunal where a young person has not been in attendance, they can satisfactorily answer them by pointing to a piece of legislation that allowed them to go through a series of questions to reach the decision that they did. I'll leave it at that.
On the Minister to wind up.
Thank you. I don't have too much to say, but I did just want to reflect very briefly on Mr Whitfield's comments. From what I read of the amendment, it does change. I'm sorry.
Martin Whitfield.
Grateful for the Minister. It in essence shifts the onus to a presumption of attendance, but not a mandatory requirement for attendance where those questions have been asked. So rather than as contributed to by the Minister, it's reaching the right decision with regard to the young person. That starts with a presumption of attendance that can then be rebutted.
Minister.
But I think from what I've set out in terms of the young person's views being sought, in terms of whether they wish to attend and equally how they participate in the hearing, I think there's already those safeguards in place in terms of where it is necessary for the child to be there to have a fair hearing or to assist the hearing in making a decision. So I would respectfully disagree with Mr Whitfield and believe that the safeguards are already built into this, and believe that this follows the views of the children and young people that have been gathered through consultation in relation to this. I will continue to move my amendment and resist Mr Whitfield's. However, we're having a lot of discussions after, and if there are concerns around this, we can always pick that up. I'm not saying that I would go any further around this, but I think it would be helpful for us to get to the bottom of this disagreement, let's say.
Take an intervention?
I absolutely will.
Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful. Disagreement's far too strong a word. We have had too much in common. I welcome the Minister's contribution, and I think there is a different understanding with regard to the phrases of presumption and the discussions that happen so that a child has understanding. But I'm more than happy, given what the Minister has said and the discussions that are happening, to make this part of that as well, if that assists.
Minister.
I'm just grateful to Martin Whitfield and I have nothing further to add. I move the amendment.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 34 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 108 in the name of Ros McCall, already debated with Amendment 34. Ros McCall, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 108 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 108? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 108 is yes 3, no 6. Amendment 108 is therefore not agreed to. I call Amendments 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48 and 49, all in the name of the Minister, all previously debated with Amendment 34. I invite the Minister to move Amendments 35 to 49 en bloc.
Moved.
Just moved en bloc, if you can.
Moved en bloc.
Thank you very much. Does any member object to a single question being put on Amendments 35 to 49? No member objects. Therefore, the question is that Amendments 35 to 49 are agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. I call Amendment 188 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 34. Martin Whitfield, to move or not move?
Not move.
Thank you. The question is that Section 13 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. We move on, and I call Amendment 50 in the name of Jeremy Balfour, group with amendments as shown in the groupings. Jeremy Balfour, to move Amendment 50 and speak to all amendments in the group. Mr Balfour.
Thank you, Convener. Amendment 50 seeks to ensure that clear regulations are drafted on what can, and perhaps more importantly, what cannot be said in the pre-hearing discussion with the principal reporter, to ensure that there is consistency in what can be said and what cannot be said, and how these meetings should be conducted. This will ensure that any issues of substance are not swept under the carpet or not undocumented or recorded appropriately. This amendment deals with children's hearings and pre-hearing meetings provisions which have been created in this bill in section 69A, where the principal reporter must now offer the child and each relevant person in relation to the child an opportunity to meet with the reporter ahead of the group's grounds hearings. I think this should be a meet and greet type of meeting to help the child understand what's going on, to deal with anxiety, confusion, allow them to get a real life experience before the hearing goes ahead. But this type of meeting should not discuss details or grounds of hearings of the case. The current drafting states it can discuss the statement of grounds. But the question I have is what happens if the child has questions? Should they be noted? Should they be dealt with? Or wait until everyone is in the room together? There is at present no stipulation that this meeting will be noted or recorded. Therefore, again, what evidence is there of what has gone on? I think it is really important that everyone understands what these meetings are about and understands that across the country there is a consistency whether you are in the borders or in the Highlands or anywhere in between. Amendment 50 seeks to ensure that all regulations laid in respect to changes to the grounds hearing system, namely change to the role of a principal reporter, changes to the process of putting grounds to a child, are subject to the affirmative procedure to ensure the appropriate level of scrutiny is applied to these fundamental rights of a child. Again, this amendment ensures that any regulations drafted in section 14 of the bill are subject to the affirmative procedure. I think this gives a proper scrutiny of the Parliament, and I would ask both the committee and the Minister to support these, and I look forward to hearing their remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you also move Amendment 50?
And I'm happy to move Amendment 50.
Thank you very much. I call on the Minister to speak to Amendment 52 and other amendments in the group. Minister.
Convener, in relation to Jeremy Balfour's Amendments 50 and 53, the Hearings for Children report is clear about the importance of reporters being able to exercise professional judgment and work in a relational manner. It is critical that the reporter is able to directly apply their skills, experience and professional discretion to the cases that they consider to respond appropriately to the individual needs and circumstances of children and their families. I think we must also respect the independent decision-making of the principal reporter and the staff to whom that is delegated with regard to case-specific decisions. Reporters already do have a well-established system of practice guidance that informs their professional practice, and this system will be expected to respond to the changes made by this bill. Regulations, as proposed by these amendments, could tie the hands of the reporters as they seek to progress a child's case, and I think that would be unhelpful. My Amendment 52 seeks to make it clear that the principal reporter should respect the child's choice about engaging with them at an early stage and would give the reporter the ability to be flexible and proportionate in their engagement with children and families. Amendments 54 and 55 make sure that when the principal reporter needs to get a case directly to a sheriff on the basis that grounds are not likely to be accepted, this decision is based on a simple assessment of their view on the grounds. Amendment 56 would ensure that where the principal reporter has worked with the child at an early stage, the valuable results of that work can be shared with all decision makers. Amendments 57, 58 and 59 seek to ensure that where certain matters absolutely must be decided by a pre-hearing panel, this can be done after the principal reporter has referred a case directly to the sheriff but before the sheriff hears the case. Amendment 69 makes sure that when an interim compulsory supervision order is made by a hearing before a case goes to court, that order will be reviewed by a children's hearing, and this is in line with current practice and reflects our ambition to keep cases in the hearing system where possible. Amendments 70, 71, 72 and 73 correct minor typographical errors in section 14. I hope members can support these amendments. Now, on Sue Webber's Amendment 116, it is of course vital that decisions made about a child in the children's hearing system are well evidenced and in the child's best interests. It's also essential that the child and their family can participate in the decision-making process. Now, the 2011 Act provides the overarching principle that the decision-makers are to regard the need to safeguard and promote the welfare of the child as the paramount consideration. They must have regard to any views expressed by the child when deciding to make a compulsory supervision order. They may only put an order in place where they are satisfied that it would be better for the child than if no order were in place. And these principles are well established. This amendment cuts across them by unhelpfully giving significant weight to the availability of alternative services. And this may or may not be known to the hearing or to the sheriff, and it may not be clear that referral to these services would be in the best interest of the child. The hearing can only make decisions in relation to the child, and I think this amendment appears to require decisions to be made about the parent or the primary caregiver. Now, under the Getting It Right for Every Child approach, the child's plan, regardless of whether it is a non-statutory plan or a statutory looked-after child's plan, should offer children and young people and their families a simple planning, assessment and decision-making process which leads to the right support at the right time. The plan, of course, should reflect the voice of the child or young person at every stage, and it should include a clear explanation of why the plan has been created, the personalised actions to be taken, and the expected improvement for the child or young person. I believe Sue Webber's amendment is problematic because it effectively requires a chair of a hearing or sheriff to include an assessment of possible alternative options. Now, this would be an inappropriate interference with the decision-making and would potentially confuse the child and their family about what support is or will be provided. Ultimately, the role of any child's plan is to plan support for the child first and foremost, and children's hearings will review the plan where one has been put in place as part of their decision-making process. But the ownership and the responsibility for creating and implementing a looked-after child's plan ultimately rests with the local authority and multi-agency partners. I hope Sue Webber appreciates that our amendment would therefore be problematic in terms of bringing into statute a non-statutory plan designed to create a range of supports for children. Also, and perhaps I think more worryingly, her amendment would cut across the well-established principles of decision-making in the hearing system, where the child's welfare is of paramount consideration. So I would encourage her not to move that. I would also encourage Jeremy Balfour not to press his amendments 50 and 53. And if he does, I would encourage members not to support them for the reasons that I've laid out. And I would hope that the members will support my amendments in this group.
Thank you. I call on Miles Briggs to speak to Amendment 116 and other amendments in the group. Mr Briggs.
Thank you, Convener. It's kind of putting the cart before the horse, hearing the Minister's response before I've had a chance to outline my colleague Sue Webber's rationale for this amendment, because we know a CPO removes a child from their mother, often at birth or shortly thereafter, and are made without a requirement of a local authority to actually demonstrate all reasonable alternatives have been explored, or that meaningful work has been undertaken with that family to keep the child within their family of origin. Now, without covering the remarks which Sue Webber previously made in relation to prevention and the committee evidence which we took at stage 1 that repeatedly called for prevention and clear access routes to practical support, this amendment looked towards rationales around to avoid separation and for the recording of, and reasoning for a separation to be proposed. And this precondition then operationalises an expectation and that the amendment will provide statutory precondition. A child hearing or a sheriff, therefore, may only make or vary an order that would result in the child not residing with a parent or primary caregiver if satisfied no reasonable alternative measures are available or appropriate to keep that child at home. The consideration of alternatives must be recorded as part of the child plan, and the amendment lists a number of illustrative alternatives: residential support, including parent and baby units, out-of-hours support, family residential services, personalised budgets and services in an order under Section 68 of the 2014 Act, parent and child foster or kinship care and other appropriate measures. I listened to what the Minister had to outline. I suppose in responding to what I've just said, I think what my colleague Sue Webber has been trying to look to improve is the recording of the reasoning and rationale, and whether or not that's something the Minister believes should be improved as part of the bill and this amendment, and if so, whether or not that could be something looked at stage 3 to record that as part of the child's plan. And I move the amendment in my name, in Sue Webber's name.
Thank you very much. Excuse me, I call on Jeremy Balfour to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 50. Mr Balfour.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. I mean, I still do have concerns, Minister, in regard to this kind of flexibility that you seem to be wanting, because at the moment the principal reporter must prepare a report, but this can or doesn't necessarily have to include the results of a discussion. So there's no record of what took place. It very much feels to me a one-sided discussion where other people aren't privy to that and don't know it. And so I will be looking to press both amendments. I appreciate they may not be accepted this morning by this, but I do think we need to look at the best interests of the child and others in regard to this, and whether some form of new regulations can be looked at which guarantee the principal reporter does not overstep their mark. And I move Amendment 50 in my name. Convener.
Thank you very much. The question is that Amendment 50 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 50? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 50 is yes 3, no 6. Amendment 50 is therefore not agreed to. I call Amendment 189 in the name of Ross Greer. Group with amendments as shown in the groupings. I point out that if Amendment 51 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 109 due to preemption. Ross Greer to move Amendment 189 and speak to all amendments in the group. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Convener. Move Amendment 189. This amendment from myself and Nicola Sturgeon deletes the provision that the principal reporter must offer the child and each relevant person in relation to the child an opportunity to discuss whether they intend, they being the child, whether they intend to use advocacy services in Section 14, and it replaces it with an opt-out model where the child will automatically be referred to advocacy services unless they intimate that they do not wish to be. The reporter should be looking for the most appropriate way for a child to communicate their views, and automatic referral can support the child before they have to make complex legal judgments. We heard during Stage 1 evidence that, and I'll quote directly, when advocacy is explained by an independent advocacy worker, around 98% of eligible referrals have accepted the offer of advocacy, end quote. It can sometimes be the case, though, that those who may need referral to advocacy are caught out by an opt-in system. So there's a small number of people who are potentially falling through the cracks here. So changing this to an opt-out can ensure that those who most need advocacy are not falling through those gaps. It would still retain the option for the child to say no, to take the decision that they do not want to be referred. This is an area, though, and I acknowledge this, and I'm sure Nicola Sturgeon would as well. This is an area where balancing a child's rights is tricky. So we've brought this amendment forward primarily to probe a bit with the government and to hear from them on their position about how we balance those rights. And just very briefly on Amendment 205, that simply specifies that children's advocacy services should be independent in Section 18 when it comes to information about referral, availability of children's services, etc. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. I call on the Minister. Speak to Amendment 51 and other amendments in the group. Minister.
Thanks, Convener. I do welcome the opportunity to speak to this group of amendments, and I thank Ross Greer for explaining the intent. I look forward to hearing from other members as well around their intention of their amendments in this grouping. I have considered Amendment 109 in the name of Ros McCall, Amendment 189 in the name of Ross Greer, and Amendments 200, 202, 203, 204 and 206 in the name of Martin Whitfield, which seek to require and impose on the child an opt-out model of referral to children's advocacy services. I've also reflected on the discussions that we had together on advocacy matters at last week's session. That included, I think, a sensible examination of what a balanced model of access to advocacy should look like. And in doing so, we agreed that that balance involved considering child-centred planning and practice, considering power dynamics and risks, and respecting children's rights and privacy. Now, the core concern I still have about developing an opt-out model of children's hearing advocacy provision is how that would impact on children, some of whom may move in and out of care during their childhood as a result of interaction with the hearing system. The Government is also concerned that the opt-out approach does not match up with encouraging genuine relationship-based practice. The current Children's Hearing Scheme, co-designed with advocacy providers, has successfully operated for over 5 years. Independent evaluation in November 24 has confirmed its effectiveness. And to quote from that independent research, many children said that they felt in charge of the relationship and in control. Some said that this was a very different relationship than they had with other adults in their lives. And to quote one of the children, "I'm basically the boss because I tell you what to say and then you tell others." Now, advocacy should deliver agency and empowerment to children. Of course it should. And that will not be the case from the outset when the state has assigned a worker to them or imposed one on them. In an opt-out model, children will not feel, as they should, that they are the boss. Hearings experienced young people from Our Hearings, Our Voice, their board, also gave their views and experiences of advocacy. And one person said children should be able to say yes or no to an advocate if they don't like them or don't go on. Now, I don't support upending the current needs and demand-led, child-centred model we have that has operated in Scotland since 2020. I think the current approach emerged I know the current approach emerged from nearly 9 years of prior testing, options appraisal and modelling. Opt-out would necessitate advocate provision being made for each child referred. It would entail the recruitment of a standing army of advocacy workers that evidence shows is not needed or wanted. Children should be able to choose if independent advocacy is what they want and need, and we should respect where they may have other trusted adults that they choose to support them. In some cases, for children who cannot so easily express their view, the authorisation by those trusted adults to refer children for independent advocacy as needed is equally important. And cost, of course, is not the determining consideration. Putting children's needs and wishes is. However, I think it's important to record that opt-out within the hearing system would also increase costs to the public purse at least 5-fold compared to the current scheme. Now, when the clear evidence and experience shows that there's nothing approaching that level of demand from children, I think we can agree that that's not necessarily needed. Creating an opt-out model could require children to move from existing trusting advocacy relationships to new ones at critical points in their care journey. I think the approach risks overriding children's wishes to fit with a state-imposed scheme and disrupting the individualised and person-centred approach that we have agreed we wish to see. Current advocacy provision under the national scheme is not simply opt-in. There is also an important demand-led and evidence-led dimension. The current advocacy scheme supports around 18% of children's cases at an annual cost of £2.1 million. Since introduction in 2020, provision and resourcing has steadily risen from an initial 10%, with ministers successively releasing more funds in response to recording and identified demand from providers. But there's no current evidence that there is an unmet need for children's advocacy. Around 1 in 5 children say that they want advocacy for their hearings. There is a current functioning mechanism to match the presenting actual demand. And I believe an organic and a child-led approach is the right one here. Throughout this bill, members have been concerned about imposed power imbalances or unintended power imbalances, and we should not paternalistically assign an advocacy worker to every child and leave the child with the burden, the pressure and the expectation of rejecting a powerful professional figure. Other bill provisions and non-legislative efforts will do more to promote advocacy and increase uptake, because I recognise the statistic that Mr Greer points out in relation to the uptake of advocacy. And I think we've proven that we will respond positively to the demand where it is needed. I agree with members that there needs to be a balance, and I'm open to working with members on developing the right course to achieve this. I think more should be done, actually, to positively encourage and inform children at every single opportunity about their rights to independent advocacy, and to be supported by those trusted adults and the professionals around them at the right time. I believe this early and ongoing effort is where the focus should be, rather than imposing an opt-out approach. I think there are also significant privacy considerations where the child is too young to consent to having their personal information shared, or where parents and carers have not given their prior consent to approaches being made. Indeed, the Children and Young People's Commissioner has commented specifically on this for children's hearings advocacy amendments, saying, "We believe that access to independent advocacy should be on an opt-in basis. We understand the issues suggestions of automatic referral to advocacy seek to address. We believe opt-out approaches may represent a disproportionate interference with children's privacy rights, and we're concerned that amendments 189, 109 may do this." Yes.
John Mason.
I mean, I hear what the Minister's saying, and she's saying it very strongly, but I do listen to what Ross Greer and others are saying. What about the child, who's had a bad experience of a lot of adults and just assumes that an advocate's just going to be the same? Now, that would be a challenging position for the advocate, but the aim of the advocate would be to win the child round and to put them in exactly the position that the Minister says, where the child feels in charge and in control of that situation. But if we don't have an opt-out model, then that child will never have that opportunity to even try that.
Minister.
Again, respectfully disagree with Mr Mason. It's not a one-time only offer. If a child has had a bad relationship with adults and has that distrust in terms of services, then they very well may not accept advocacy in the first instance, but they will most likely have trusted relationships around them. And as I've said, as I've just laid out, that offer and encouragement of advocacy, I believe, should be stepped up. So in an instance where there is a child who has that distrust, they will be, educated, encouraged around what advocacy is, in terms of providing their views and standing up for their views. So I don't think that an opt-out model effectively tackles the problem that Mr Mason lets out, because even if somebody is referred to them, that distrust will still be present, and it might actually be harder to remove that if there's an advocate in place. So I respectfully disagree with Mr Mason's comments and hope that helps to provide a little bit of clarity. Amendments 51 and 79 are connected. Amendment 79 replaces provisions about notification of hearings in Section 69A(7) of the 2011 Act and Section 14 of the Bill, with a new duty inserted into the 2011 Act after Section 18 of the Bill. These require that a child's advocacy workers should be notified in a timely manner by the principal reporter about the time and location of the hearing to enable them to represent the views of the child in a children's hearing. On Amendment 80, Section 18 of the Bill already includes new duties on local authorities, police constables and others such as health boards, as well as the principal reporter, to provide information to a child about the availability of children's advocacy services prior to a referral to a children's hearing. At the point when they've given the principal reporter information about the child, they must also provide the child with information about the availability of children's advocacy services. And while we support the intention behind the proposed amendment, that advocacy services should be signposted to children to enable their effective uptake at the earliest possible opportunity. However, supporting this proposed amendment would result in increasing the duty on the chairing member of the hearing, which currently exists within Section 122 of the 2011 Act. And I don't think, it would not improve earlier access to advocacy for the child, because at the time that a hearing is convened and a chair is in conversation with a child, it's far too late to let a child know for the first time about the availability of advocacy. This should have already happened. And this is recognised in the Code of Practice underpinning the scheme that has run successfully for the past 5 years. Yes.
Jeremy Balfour.
Would she not see this as a backstop? So where for whatever reason, that the child has not had the opportunity, not been signposted, for one in the whatever number of Ks, that this is the final opportunity for the child to be given the knowledge that they are allowed an advocate there. That's the purpose. It's not to be seen as this should happen normative, but it's where the child has fallen through for whatever reason.
Minister.
I believe that's already there. I don't believe that's what this I don't believe that that's what this amendment truly reflects, and I believe that is already there. Sorry, but Mr Balfour wanted to intervene again.
Jeremy Balfour.
I suppose what my amendment sees is a belt and braces. You say it's already there, you say it's already happening. So in theory, if that is the case, this amendment would not necessarily be needed. But there will be times, because, like solicitors, social workers, others, not every case goes smoothly, and history tells us that kids are missing out on this, and so it would seem to me to be an appropriate backstop to be able to have this in place to make sure that every child does get the advocacy, even at this last moment, that they might require.
Minister.
Okay, so I've got a couple of things. I think in terms of the provisions in relation to advocacy, that there will be a wider understanding around advocacy and a wider knowledge, perhaps, around advocacy. I think I absolutely agree with Mr Balfour that there will be, instances or complex cases where that advocacy hasn't been taken on board. And like I said to Mr Greer, I think there should be frequent, regular opportunities for advocacy to be offered to the child. If it gets as late as that point in the children's hearing, then I accept that should still be there. I do have, as I say, this is already in statute. The chairing member of the children's hearing must inform the child of the availability of children's advocacy services. What I'm saying to Mr Balfour is that I feel that there are earlier opportunities to do so, and I think that's what I've made in my assurances to Mr Greer. I hope that. We consider, so I consider that the provisions already in Section 18 of the Bill more effectively ensure that the child receives appropriate information about the availability of those services, and like I've said, at the earliest opportunity, well before a children's hearing is organised. So I would oppose Amendment 80 for the reasons that I've outlined. Amendment 78 in my name clarifies that children's advocacy services under Section 122 of the Children's Hearing Scotland Act 2011 can be provided to support a child in relation to a children's hearing, whatever the child's age or capacity, so-called non-instructed advocacy. And this recognises that a child may themselves be unable to directly instruct someone to provide those services, and provision of these services can therefore be arranged on behalf of the child and following appropriate engagement with the family. Now, I acknowledge that's what Ross Greer's Amendment 205 seeks to achieve in part at the level of principle. I would be willing to support the intention behind Mr Greer's amendment. However, the non-instructed advocacy term might need further clarification, so I'd prefer that Mr Greer not press that Amendment 205 on my assurance that we will find a workable means of realising that shared intention. Of course, non-instructed advocacy supports children who can't express their views due to age, disability, illness or trauma. It reflects some of the conversations that we've already had this morning in committee. It will ensure that a child's rights are upheld in children's hearings through observation, relationship building and consultation with relevant others. In delivering non-instructed advocacy, the advocacy worker's role is to factually present an advocacy statement to decision makers based on what they have observed directly or been told by significant others in child's lives. Now, there is no projection or opinion offered by the advocacy worker about their own views as to what action would be in a child's best interests, and this is an important point of distinction from the role of a safeguarder. I think in order to promote further dialogue, inclusion and future flexibility, the Government's amendment proposes further setting out the framework for, or in connection with, the provision of non-instructed advocacy through the existing regulation-making powers in Section 1224 of the 2011 Act. Now, following a process of consultation and engagement. And this allows for further collaborative work on training, on awareness raising and practical application to specify where non-instructed advocacy services should be presented to the Children's Hearing Panel members and be given due regard by decision makers. So on Amendment 205, I will not move Amendment 78 in my name if Ross Greer agrees not to move Amendment 205 in order to allow us to work together towards an agreed solution at stage 3. As I've already discussed, I do support the intention of the amendment, but I consider the wording needs further work. In summary, Convener, I encourage members to support Amendments 51 and 79 in my name, vote against Amendments 189, 109, 200, 202, 203, 204, 80 and 206. And as I've said, if Ross Greer is happy to withdraw Amendment 205, I withdraw Amendment 78 in my name.
Thank you. I call on Ros McCall to speak to Amendment 109 and other amendments in the group. Ms McCall.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. Again, it's weird coming in when virtually the whole side has been stated. I think what's interesting from what's just been said is that when the Minister was highlighting that 1 in 5 is the current position of advocacy, but yet when we've got groups like Bernardo's stating that when they have the right process and the ability for the advocate to sit and discuss with the child what the actual situation is and what that advocacy will bring to them, we have an over 90% uptake. And I think that highlights to me that what we've got right now isn't fully working for the majority of children. Of course.
Does the member agree, though, that, like I've highlighted, it would be more helpful to follow what the groups have said in terms of the best opportunity and frequent opportunities to offer advocacy, and explaining exactly what that advocacy entails, rather than focusing on an opt-out model?
I accept that we should have that process, and certainly I agree 100% that advocacy should not be a one-off offer, if that makes any sense. But what is important...
The member take an intervention.
Yeah, sorry, on you go.
I'm grateful, Convener. I'm grateful for the member taking an intervention. But in a similar vein, an opt-out model isn't going to present advocacy in the dark to a child. It's going to be explained. It allows for relationship building. And so actually the Minister's, argued point works just as well in an opt-out or an opt-in model, because you need the relationship and you need the understanding to be able to make a decision.
Thank you very much for that intervention. It is a point well made. I don't think that it is an all-or-nothing situation. And I do believe that what we have to be looking at, if we've got the best interests of the child at heart, is to provide an advocacy service at different places down the line, but also to make sure that the child is fully informed of what that is. And that's what my Amendment 109 is actually trying to achieve. We're not stating in 109 that the child has to take that up. It's a service unless the child indicates they do not wish to be referred. But that referral will give an advocate a chance to explain thoroughly and properly what support can be provided by that advocate, which, if we're looking at a current 1 in 5 situation, that can't be the system at the moment, because there would be more of an uptake. And that's what 109 is hoping to achieve. And that's it. Convener. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call on Martin Whitfield to speak to Amendment 200 and other amendments in the group. Mr Whitfield.
I'm very grateful, Convener. And I think this has been an interesting debate so far, because we have just, in essence, two extreme positions. You either have an opt-in model or you have an opt-out model. The Scottish Government's preferred option is for an opt-in model, whereas substantial amounts of evidence and argument has pointed to the benefits of an opt-in model, starting obviously with the data that's already been put in about how successful it is when it is properly introduced. We've already had a debate, and we're going to look at what independence means, because that sits as a crucial part with regard to this element as well. Although I see we are much further apart with regard to this than we are on defining independence. I found some of the Minister's contributions a little challenging. I think it is unfair to say it is imposing it on a child. I think an opt-out model is actually imposing it on the system so that the child can understand. The Minister talked about the importance of relationships in it. Some of the... Happy to take it.
Minister.
Just really to highlight that it's not just government's position around that sort of power imbalance. The Children's Commissioner was very clear in the Children's Commission was very clear in the views around that. And I think it's more, if an advocate is assumed to a child or young person, then they have less ability to, they may feel forced into taking that advocate on rather than it being a choice for them. So I'm just interested in Mr Whitfield's reflections on that.
Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful for the intervention, and at a simple level, I think we can all point to those that have provided suggestions and advice, including the Commissioner, on amendments that haven't been agreed by the government. I understand, and I think one of the roles of Parliament is to debate these two extreme points, not extreme as in what they are, but the stance being one or the other. And part of our role as elected members is to take that decision on behalf of those that elect us here in the wider communities. And that can only be based on the evidence and the debate that is heard, the conversations that happen. And so I would go back to say that an opt-out model is not an imposition on the child, it's an imposition on the system. We have cases, and the Minister has made reference to them, of individuals who choose to exactly do that, to opt out. We also have huge subjective and indeed objective evidence to say that when advocates are involved, the challenge of dissent and misunderstanding is greatly reduced. The Minister talked about the costs and is absolutely right to do so, but the Minister has also talked about her desire in an iterative way to develop advocacy, presumably to the point where every young person has an advocate, albeit reached at a different pace to perhaps the jump that the opt-out model would give. So therefore, in essence, we seem to be all talking about the same goal that we wish to achieve, that the children are rightly represented by an advocate where the child rightly wants to have an advocate. And I think that the opt-out model allows that sensible discussion and relationships to be built at a much earlier stage. The Minister also raised the question of the tension that potentially exists between the GDPR rights of a young person. But the flip side of that is absolutely the right to a fair trial and representation and to be heard. And we do have ways of balancing challenges where human rights are brought into context. And in this one, the adults that surround the young person are perfectly able to adjudicate when the GDPR should take precedence over the right to an advocate, the right to have a fair trial, or indeed the other way. So I think some of the assertions that are being made against the opt-out model are unfairly based. What we have in the amendments that sit before us are two different ways, in essence, of achieving that. Can I compliment both Roscrea and Nicola Sturgeon in managing to do it in a much shorter way than I did, and something that absolutely needs to be looked at. With regard to the amendment from Jeremy Balfour, again, I know the Minister pushed back on the fact that this would in essence be a backstop. But again, I can imagine scenarios where a chair or indeed a panel are confronted with a subject where they would feel much safer if the young person had an advocate that was separate and distinct from others that had been involved in it. And it might indeed be a sign of a disappointment if a case had got that far without the young person having their own advocate. But to forego the last opportunity for that, I think, would go against both the professionalism of the chair and indeed the expertise of the panel who are being asked to do it. So I think we have a disagreement between the movers of a number of these amendments and the purpose behind them. I'm not sure that discussion is going to draw that together, so we will see where this goes, and I look forward to the Minister's summing up. I'm grateful, Convener.
Thank you very much, and I call on Jeremy Balfour to speak to Amendment 80 and other amendments in the group. Mr Balfour.
Thank you again, Convener. I mean, we've also had a long debate on this, so I don't want to rehearse all the comments that have been made before. I do think we need to look at some kind of backstop. I appreciate it's already there, but I think that does need to be looked at. Going the other direction, Bernardo's are very clear that advocacy should be there at the point of referral. And again, I appreciate that in many cases that will be the situation, but I'm still concerned that there will be for different reasons, a number of children that will fall through that system. And so I won't push my amendment this morning, but I would like to come back and look at both the backstop and at the earliest opportunity referral. I mean, I do think, and I say with this as much to myself as to anyone else, I mean, I think those of us that have not been through the care experience, and I have not been through the care experience, I have on one side but not on the other side, children often, as they get older, do not have very positive role models. And they haven't got people who are advocating for them. And as Mr Mason pointed out, often they do have very poor experience of what adults have done to them and allegedly for them. And we do need as many opportunities as possible and as many doors as possible to allow advocacy to take place. And whether that means we have things that might only happen 1 in 100 times, 1 in 1,000 times, I still think it is important that those are there and that they are being used as often as possible. because we are talking here again about some of the most vulnerable people in our society. So I won't be pushing my amendment this morning, but I would welcome further discussions about a backstop and also the earliest possible time to refer. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call on Ross Greer to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 189. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Convener. Just to get it out at the start, I won't press 205. Happy to, or won't move 205. Rather, happy to take up the Minister's offer on that, bearing in mind that we're in the same place in principle and just need to work on drafting. In relation to 189, I won't just repeat what Martin Whitfield said, because I agreed with much of it. I did struggle with the logic of a lot of the Minister's contribution, if I'm being completely honest, and particularly for one of the reasons that Mr Whitfield highlighted, that much of it could have applied equally as an argument against an opt-in model as opposed to an argument against an opt-out model, and these are just issues that are inherent difficulties when trying to provide advocacy and support to very often traumatised children and young people who, as John Mason said, quite rightly are suspicious of adults, full stop. That being said, the concerns around privacy rights in particular, I do recognise that they've come from the Children and Young People's Commissioner's Office. So on that basis, not because I agree with the government's argument in principle yet, and I would appreciate further discussion on that ahead of stage 3, but I have in the past been a stickler when it comes to privacy rights, so I think it's only reasonable on that basis that I won't press 109 at this point. I am keen to continue that conversation with the government ahead of stage 3, though I don't think that this should be the end of the discussion. As Mr Whitfield also indicated, it's clear that there's not a settled position in the committee and across the Parliament this morning. I think that's justification for this conversation to continue in other forums ahead of stage 3. But at this point, I won't move 189, Convener.
Thank you. Ross Greer seeks to withdraw Amendment 189. Does any member object? No member objects, so Amendment 189 is withdrawn. I call Amendment 51 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 189, and I remind members that if Amendment 51 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 109 due to a preemption. Minister, to move formally. The question is that Amendment 51 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 52 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 50. Minister, to move formally. Moved. The question is that Amendment 52 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. I call Amendment 53 in the name of Jeremy Balfour, already debated with Amendment 50. Jeremy Balfour, to move or not move? Not move. Thank you. I call Amendment 190 in the name of Martin Whitfield, group with Amendment 198. Martin Whitfield to move Amendment 190 and speak to both amendments in the group. Mr Whitfield.
I'm very grateful, Convener. And this is a short group and maybe rehearses some of the earlier discussions that we've had about timeframes. And if I, in no way by way of presumption, assume that the government will take the same stance with regard to timeframes appearing on the face of primary legislation, but are also open to having a discussion about the appropriate venue for that, I would be happy to conclude my submission at this stage and seek not to move 190. If the Minister can intervene.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Whit. If you don't move, we can't consider the rest of the group. So you could not press it. If you move the amendment, we can then call other speakers.
I will look to the Minister for safety and an intervention, and then I can move mine to allow the discussion to happen.
Minister?
Sorry, Mr Whitfield, I didn't catch exactly what you were wanting me to intervene on. Apologies.
It's no problem.
Martin
I will
Whitfield.
move the motion in my name.
Thank you. And I'm very pleased to have been able to catch the convener of the Standards Committee out on that one, potentially. So 190 has been moved. We can continue with this group, and I call Ros McCall to speak to Amendment 198 and other amendments in the group. Ms McCall.
Thank you, Convener. I'm only speaking to my amendment. It just introduces a requirement on the Principal Reporter to prepare and publish reports on waiting times for children's hearings. As Children First said in their commission, requiring some further transparency and accountability around waiting times is not necessarily a bad thing. So it's a simple amendment just to give us more information. I'm a great believer that we don't know where the issues are if we don't have the information to back it up. And I think this is a very simple amendment that allows us to find out exactly what the waiting times are for children's hearings. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you very much. And I call the Minister.
Thank you, Convener. OK, I want to provide some information here, and obviously if there's anything further, can pick that up. I recognise the Martin Whitfield with his Amendment 190 seeks to address an issue of common concern. He's right in that much of what I've said to a previous group earlier I think is relevant in relation to this group, but there is work underway in relation to improving timeframes, so I'd like to provide a little bit of context around that. There is continuous system-wide multi-agency action taken to reduce the time to establish grounds, and I think more broadly to deal with drift and delay in the system. Much of what's in this bill, but also wider work as well. Now, the time interval standards, which were established in 2001, are currently being revised by a multi-agency group to continue driving efficiencies on this front forward. Between 2022 and 25, the Scottish Children Reporter Administration have increased the proportion of cases with a first hearing arranged within 20 working days from 50 to 70%. And not only do the core system partners recognise the need to address the delay in the system, but really do have an established and effective mechanism for doing so. The courts and judiciary, SCRA and other partners are working together with a view to ensuring that the existing system works more efficiently. Now, the approach has been successfully tested in Glasgow and in Strathkelvin, and in that sheriffdom, the average time taken to complete referral proceedings has reduced from 89 to 66 days. The Sheriff's Principal are currently considering the introduction of a National Children's Referrals Practice Note to ensure a consistent approach to the processing and management of children's referral cases across Scotland, so that cases are concluded efficiently and within optimum timescales. I'd be happy to provide the member and the committee with more information on the non-statutory work in this area if it would be helpful. We've also sought to eliminate drift and delay through the proposals that we've put into the bill, particularly to expedite processes around grounds of referral. As indicated in the Government's response to the Hearings for Children report, we've explored and consulted on issues. We consulted on the time limit proposal in July last year. Through the development of the bill, we've further explored the efficacy of introducing time limits for the establishment of grounds in our discussions on the bill with SCRA and with the Scottish Courts and Tribunal Service. It's not clear from those discussions that imposing a flat, arbitrary time limit which could not be altered in appropriate circumstances would serve to expedite matters for children. In fact, it's potentially significantly damaging to legislate in this way. Certain activities can take time in the hearing system for child-centred rather than system-led reasons, and I think there are potential rights implications in arbitrarily compressing timescales. At various stages, children and families need time to absorb the information that they receive, time to source and to potentially take legal advice, and time to consider their response. Other actions might be deemed necessary in the process which take time: appointing safeguarders, commissioning expert reports, accounting for the scheduling of hearings into families' busy lives, all contribute to decision makers arriving at an informed, defensible and sustainable decision for each child that I think could be compromised by statutory timescales. And of course there are some cases that are extraordinarily complex. Now, as I said, I recognise the intent behind Mr Whitfield's amendment. I appreciate his comments on his opening comments. I'd be happy to, as I say, provide further information around the work that's underway and discuss this further. So I would, because I think there's really live, ongoing dialogue and work around achieving the objective that this amendment sets out to do, I will explore bringing forward a child-centred and deliverable provision at stage 3. So I would ask him not to press that amendment. On a similar topic, I thank Ros McCall for tabling Amendment 198. She might be aware of the blueprint for the processing of children's hearings cases, the time interval standards, which were published and adopted by hearing system partners in 1999, before an updated scheme was introduced in 2001, extended beyond police, beyond local authorities, reporters and hearings, to include safeguarders, courts and health professionals. Now, detailed performance reporting on timelines is a regular and public feature of Children's Reporter annual reporting. It also features in Care Inspectorate assessments of local children's services, specifically on the preparation of social work reports for the reporter. There's also a data work stream of the Children's Hearings redesign programme, and in the next Parliament I expect that board to advise the new government on how to develop and introduce an updated, extended and sustainable scheme to measure performance and assess areas for improvement.
Thank you. I thank the Minister on that. So is the Minister saying that, because I was going to ask if we recognise that that blueprint might be considered of 1999 a little out of date, considering the increase in work that has been going on. That comment that you would like the whatever colour of government coming in next to look at this, is that you're an understanding that this is maybe a little out of date as a blueprint?
I think there could be aspects of it, but I think really the crux of it is the fact that this was something in relation to the Children's Hearings redesign and Sheriff Mackey's report, and obviously we have the Children's Hearing redesign programme that's driving forward the non-legislative aspects of that. So it's centred around that, but something that I believe will help to improve this situation and will be directed towards the next Parliament. So I do think there might be merit in legislating in this bill to put timelines reporting on a statutory footing and enabling the form, scope and content to be governed by future regulations, as Ros McCall's amendment seeks to do. On publication and dissemination, we consider that we could include a duty on the face of the bill provision itself, with further parameters around that to be set out in regulations to afford Parliament appropriate scrutiny and oversight. It's important that any provision on time measurement reflects the redesigned system, not the current one. The detail, of course, of that is still emerging through this bill. So I think a regulation-making power is a sensible and a future-proofing measure and will afford Parliament that important oversight and scrutiny. So there are some technical refinements to the amendment that could be made that I don't think would materially change the effect of the amendment, but would, for example, include the adopting the terminology of time intervals and quality standards rather than waiting times. So I undertake to consider this issue further ahead of stage 3, in any case to give the best effect to the members' intentions here, which I absolutely do support. So I would ask Ros McCall not to move Amendment 198 with the assurance of that what I've just set out.
And that's you. I just want to share your finish.
Sorry, Convener,
that's
yes.
Fine. Thank you. I call on Martin Whitfield to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 190.
Very grateful, Convener, and I extend my apologies to my colleague Ros McCall for trying to defeat her debate on her amendment. I will now read my script from this bit of it. Following the confirmation given by the Minister, I would seek to withdraw Amendment 190.
Thank you. Martin Whitfield seeks to withdraw Amendment 190. Does any member object? No member objects. Amendment 190 is withdrawn. I call amendments 54, 55, 56, 57, 58 and 59, all in the name of the Minister, all previously debated with Amendment 50. I invite the Minister to move amendments 54 to 59 en bloc.
Moved. En bloc.
Thank you very much. Does any member object to a single question being put on amendments 54 to 59? No member objects. Therefore, the question is that amendments 54 to 59 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. I call Amendment 191 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 28. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 192 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 28. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendments 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72 and 73, all in the name of the Minister and all previously debated. I invite the Minister to move Amendments 60 to 73 en bloc.
Moved en bloc.
Thank you. Does any member object to a single question being put on Amendments 60 to 63? No member objects. So the question is that Amendments 60 to 73 are agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. The question is that Section 14 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. The question is that Section 15 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. I call Amendment 74 in the name of the Minister, grouped with Amendments 193, 194, 75 and 76. I invite the Minister to move Amendment 74 and speak to all amendments in the group. Minister.
Convener, I'll speak to all amendments in the group. I move Amendment 74. The amendment is in direct response to the outcome of a judicial review where the opinion of Lady Carmichael was clear that this statutory safeguard is required. It's designed to prevent frivolous or vexatious reviews of a child's case by relevant persons in children's hearings. Currently, there's nothing to prevent a relevant person from exercising their right repeatedly to seek variation of an order. Lady Carmichael considered this right particularly problematic because of the continual state intervention in a child's life when such a review has no real prospect of changing an order. Lady Carmichael made particular mention of the unfettered potential for repeated reviews to be called when there is a background of domestic abuse by one relevant person against another. Amendment 74 seeks to remedy this situation, and I hope members will support it. Amendments 75 and 76 would remove the timescales from sections 128B and 164A, which had been intended as placeholders at introduction of the bill. Following engagement with Scottish Courts and Tribunal Services and the Office of the Lord President of the Court of Session, it's their preference that we work with them on producing court rules which govern the procedure for appeals on these decisions, rather than setting potentially challenging timescales in primary legislation. It remains Scottish Ministers' intention that these cases be dealt with as fast as possible. That will continue to be the case as we work collaboratively on the necessary court rules on timescales. So I hope members can support these changes. I thank Martin Whitfield for bringing forward Amendments 193 and 194. The consideration of the child's rights under UNCRC in these cases is a potentially helpful inclusion, and I am content to support them. However, I may again need to bring forward just some amendments to tidy up these provisions at stage 3.
Thank you. I call on Martin Whitfield to speak to Amendment 193 and other amendments in the group. Mr Whitfield.
I'm very grateful, Convener. And as the Minister has indicated, this is in relation to UNCRC Article 16, the right not to be subjected to unlawful interference with their private or family life. This will ensure that the UNCRC is considered on the same basis as the ECHR Article 8 to private and family life when considering whether to prevent a relevant person from attending a hearing. This rightly, as I've argued on many cases, embeds the UNCRC into Scots law and gives further route for children and young people to challenge their decision, and I welcome the support of the Government in this matter. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Minister, to wind up.
Further to add.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 74 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. I call Amendment 193 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 74. Martin Whitfield to move or not move? Move. The question is that Amendment 193 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. I call Amendment 194 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 74. Martin Whitfield to move or not move? Move. The question is that Amendment 194 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. I call Amendment 75 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 74. Minister to move formally? Moved. The question is that Amendment 75 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. I call Amendment 76 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 74. Minister to move formally? Moved. The question is that Amendment 76 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. The question is that Section 16 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. I call Amendment 77 in the name of Jeremy Balfour, group with Amendments 111, 112, 113, 114 and 115. Jeremy Balfour to move Amendment 77 and speak to all amendments in the group. Mr Balfour.
Thank you. I can move formally Amendment 77. And can I apologise to you and the committee? This will take a wee bit of time, but I think is really important. The committee yourself asked at stage 1 of your report for clarity on whether the bill will offer further opportunities to legal representation. And these amendments collectively look to strengthen a child's legal rights as we go forward. Children's hearings, in particular those that relate to offensive grounds, can play a pivotal role in the outcome of the child and their future. I would want to argue that legal representation is essential to ensure that the child and their family are fully aware of their rights under law. Now, concerns have been raised that children currently are not aware of their rights, often use advocates or other advisers at these hearings, which can diminish their understanding and representation of these hearings. And that's why, as we discuss this and debate this, it is really important to make the distinction between advocates and advisers and those who are legally trained and qualified. The Promise Scotland said well, one of their key asks in regard to this bill was an automatic right to legal representation for children preferred on justice grounds, and I seek to do that. In my view, the ensuring and introduction of a right of audience to the children's hearing linked to specific child-centred trauma-informed training, alongside training on the ethos and practice of the children's hearing, would go a long way to ensuring standards are set and maintained within the system, and that's what Amendment 112 seeks to do. There is precedent for introducing rights of audience in a specific forum, for example, the rights of audience introduced for sexual offences courts. It's acknowledged that it will take time to build the capacity among the sector, although the Law Society already has the Law Society accreditation in child-centred practice. So this amendment could have a delayed commencement to allow the capacity to be built and to be done before it is formally introduced into Scots law. Amendment 113 is a legal aid duty. Amendments 113 and 114 seek to introduce the concept of duty solicitors within the children's hearing system so that children's rights are adequately protected through the system. To start off this process is what an amendment in section 18 of the bill to provide information about rights to access legal advice. I believe it's really important that a child is offered a lawyer, and if they want it, it's provided at that earliest opportunity. If we don't do that, the child is always going to be put on the back foot. And we couldn't imagine if it was a criminal procedure or a different procedure for an adult, that would be fair. I believe we would need to have a definition of a child-centred legal advice, which is linked to the rights of audience, training, as I talked about before. I do this and I bring all these amendments forward because, to go back to what the promise outlined back in 2020, this is what it said: children must have a right to legal advice and representation if required. Scotland must be clear that the provision of advocacy does not replace rights to legal representation, but the two roles, advocacy and legal representation, have a separate, distinct purpose. There is at the moment no reference to the right to seek legal advice anywhere in this bill. And I think this is pragmatic, particularly in the proposed landscape of added complexity to the grounds of hearings, and for the proposal to meet with a reporter after grounds that have been decided and the single panel hearings. This amendment makes the distinct roles of advocacy and legal representation clear and provides information to the child about their rights to access legal advice and how to do this at an early stage. That is why it has to come under legal advice, because no child is going to be able to afford themselves to have that legal representation. Now, I appreciate the government is working on legal aid, and the promise has come that in the next Parliament we will see a bill on that. But this, as Ross Greer pointed out, in regard to this Parliament, is our last opportunity to deal with this subject. And if we do not at least move in the right direction in regard to giving legal independent advice to young people, then I believe we are missing an opportunity. And I look forward to hearing what ministers and others have to say in regard to this. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. And I call on Ros McCall to speak to Amendment 111 and other amendments in the group. Ms McCall.
Thank you, Convener. The Hearing for Children's report called for a decisive move to an inquisitorial rather than adversarial model. Not easy to say when you've got a cold, but anyway. So legal representatives acting in a way that's not appropriate for children's hearing is a constant challenge, and it creates that adversarial atmosphere. Now, that was what came in from Children's First for today, and I have to say I agree with that entirely. This amendment introduces the framework for the accreditation of solicitors who represent children and relevant persons in a children's hearings. I think it's practical and an important measure to ensure that legal representation in these sensitive proceedings is consistent, consistently competent, professional and child-centred. By providing a training standards accreditation and a register of solicitors, this amendment ensures that those representing children are properly equipped to act in the child's best interests, uphold procedural fairness and engage in a trauma-informed manner. And it also allows suspension or removal of that accreditation if standards are not met, which ensures accountability. Now, I'm well aware that there is work happening and has been for some time to address this, but I think that further regulations on the face of the bill, giving a statutory underpinning, would be very helpful, and that's why I've put this Amendment 111 in today. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Convener. I'm grateful to Mr Balfour for bringing forward Amendment 77, which seeks to expand the prescribed list of the circumstances where children's legal aid is automatically available to a child in connection with certain children's hearings and court proceedings. While I do agree with the principle of his intentions as currently drafted, I do have concerns that this amendment would have significant adverse consequences for not just the children and young people who are eligible for legal aid, but also for the legal profession and courts who serve them in these particular circumstances, and I'm going to lay these out. The Scottish Legal Aid Board has established a scheme to ensure that a duty solicitor is available to a child entitled to automatic legal aid under Section 23C. Under Regulation 35 of the Children's Legal Assistance Scotland Regulations 2013, a child in those circumstances may not choose their own solicitor, as children's legal aid may only be provided by a solicitor made available under the duty scheme. So currently drafted, the proposed amendment would impose a requirement for all children to be provided with a duty solicitor, creating a twofold problem. Perhaps this would be undeliverable and would impose a requirement on children to be represented by whoever is the duty solicitor, which I think the member may agree that is not necessarily a child-centred approach. I understand that in most cases where there are court proceedings, children will already have a solicitor of choice who has been acting for them in earlier hearings proceedings, and our information is that there are few, if any, recorded instances of children being unable to secure representation. Accordingly, while I agree in principle with the amendment, I have some concerns that it could undermine some of the existing arrangements. In light of these concerns, I asked Mr Balfour not to press the amendment, but again, I think I've been clear with him before that I'm happy to engage around this issue to explore other potential opportunities to strengthen children's legal aid. I'm grateful to members for bringing forward amendments 111 and 112, which raise important questions about the quality, consistency and trauma-informed nature of representation within the children's hearing system. Now, the Government is fully committed to ensuring that children and families experience high-quality, trustworthy and trauma-informed legal support. However, both amendments raise significant issues relating to the independence of the legal profession, regulatory oversight and the sustainability of the solicitor workforce. In Scotland, the regulation of solicitors is a matter for the Law Society of Scotland, overseen by the Lord President. Introducing a minister-driven accreditation scheme, as proposed in Amendment 111, risks a significant departure from that long-standing position and one that challenges the independence of the legal profession. The Scottish Legal Aid Board already requires solicitors working in the area of children's legal assistance to meet 5 defined standards which show their knowledge and experience in child law and development. Solicitors can also choose to be specially accredited in child law through the Law Society of Scotland. We know, however, that there are shortages of available solicitors in some areas and that securing duty representation can sometimes be challenging. Mandatory accreditation or additional compulsory training could exacerbate that further. Now, similarly, Amendment 112 seeks to ensure trauma-informed practice by requiring completion of an approved course approved by the National Convener rather than the Law Society or the Lord President. And while again the intention is welcome, the amendment may reduce the number of solicitors prepared to undertake this work unless accompanied by appropriate remuneration and implementation planning. So I do have some concerns with the framing of this amendment. We also recognise the strong vision and values statement endorsed by partners across the hearing system, which sets out clear expectations around collaborative, respectful, child-centred practice, and any move towards formal accreditation should build on that shared framework. For these reasons, while we support the aspiration to strengthen practice, we don't necessarily consider that introducing statutory accreditation at stage 2 is the right approach. Accordingly, I invite members not to press these amendments today, but I'm happy to commit to further engagement with the Law Society of Scotland, the Lord President, SLAB, the Family Law Association and wider stakeholders ahead of stage 3, and to consider whether there's a more proportionate, consensus-based approach that could be developed. I think our shared priority must be ensuring that children and young people receive the best possible support within the hearing system. Amendment 114 would make children's legal aid automatically available to every child, subject to a children's hearing fixed by the children's reporter, including all deferred hearings irrespective of the grounds of referral. The effect of this amendment operationally would be to require that the Scottish Children's Reporter Administration notify the Scottish Legal Aid Board of every hearing. The Scottish Legal Aid Board would then have to arrange for a duty solicitor to be made available to every subject child. This would be extremely difficult, if not impossible logistically, but given the rules on children's legal aid schemes would also mean that every child who had chosen their own solicitor would need to use a duty solicitor. It could also lead to the presence of more solicitors in a children's hearing, with a risk that the voice of the child becomes quieter. The relevance of legal presentation should be a key issue, I think, in determining the need for a solicitor, and we should avoid it becoming the norm. I would also say that the amendment is unnecessary because, in any case, from the 1st of June, children will have automatic access to free advice by way of representation for any children's hearing without any means or merit tests. Another key issue here relates to the concern that the supply of duty solicitors would fail to meet any new increased demand of this level, with the consequence that such a proposal would become inoperable. Amendment 113 also seeks to extend the availability of automatic children's legal aid, but in this case only to any occasion when a referral ground includes an offence allegedly being committed. While I do accept that this is narrower in scope than Amendment 113, I am again concerned around the need for such a blanket provision when there is adequate scope under the current rules for children to have access to legal aid where required. As already mentioned, ABWAR will be, from the 1st of June, automatically available to the subject child for all hearings. In addition, Amendment 114 is disproportionate, since although it's narrower in scope than 113, it would nonetheless result in automatic children's legal aid for any hearing involving a referral, even referrals for minor offences. Operationally, this amendment would also result in a significant number of duty appointments being required to be put in place by SLAB, along with the knock-on effect for those solicitors. As with Amendment 113, any child who had selected their own solicitor would be unable to be represented by them, since the duty rules require that automatic legal aid is provided by the duty solicitor. And finally, you'll be pleased to know, it should be borne in mind that children's hearings adopt a welfarist approach which aims to be non-adversarial. Yes, I will.
I'm grateful, Convener. Can I just clarify with the Minister then? She is asking the committee to reject all the amendments in this section today. Is the government's intention to bring no amendments forward at stage 3 in regard to increasing the legal advice and help that a young person can get at a children's hearing? So their view is everything is fine in the garden and no changes need to be made. Is that the government's position?
No, that's not at all what I've said, and I think I made an assurance to Mr Balfour that I would be happy to explore opportunities to strengthen children's access to legal aid prior to stage 3. So I would be happy to do so, whether that is in a legislative sense or a non-legislative sense, given the host of work that's already underway in terms of improving access to legal aid. But no, I'm certainly I'm not shut off to further discussions. I just don't know whether an amendment at stage 3 is the appropriate route. I'm happy to follow that up with the member. On Amendment 115, the Scottish Government supports the proposed signposting to the availability of child-centred legal advice and representation by a local authority, while reserving the right to propose minor adjustments to the wording at stage 3. I invite members not to press Amendments 113 and 114 today. If Mr Balfour's concerns relate to removing barriers to legal aid, as I've said, I'm more than happy to commit to consider again and have those discussions. I do support Amendment 115.
Thank you, and I call on Jeremy Balfour to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 77. Mr Balfour.
Thank you, Convener. I first of all welcome the Minister accepting 115. I, again, won't move these amendments in my name today, and I will take the opportunity to consult further with the Minister and with others before stage 3. I'm not absolutely sure I agree with everything the Minister has said today in regard to legal representation. I do think there is still gaps within the system that many young people aren't getting the appropriate rights that they deserve, but we can have those discussions both perhaps in private and also at stage 3. So I seek permission to withdraw Amendment 77.
Thank you very much. Jeremy Balfour seeks to withdraw Amendment 77. Does any member object? No member objects. Amendment 77 is withdrawn. I call Amendment 110 in the name of Ros McCall, group with Amendments 195, 197 and 199. Ros McCall to move Amendment 110 and speak to all amendments in the group. Ms McCall.
Yes, thank you, Convener. These provisions, these amendments that I've brought, are very much specifically looking at the younger end of the scale. We have had various representations over the piece that a lot of the system we've got in place doesn't actually work for infants and very young children. And these amendments recognise that children under 3 years old require special consideration in the hearing system. Their developmental stage, vulnerability and inability to articulate their views mean that a one-size-fits-all approach isn't actually working and isn't appropriate. And we know that the first 1,000 days of a child's life are when the brain development builds the requiring foundations for every aspect of their life, be it social bonds, learning skills, rationale, understanding, attachment, the list goes on. These are fundamental. And the longer a child is staying in an environment that causes potential harm, the harder it is for that child to grow into adulthood. So Amendment 110 provides for a specialised children's hearing process for infants, allowing ministers to set out regulations covering the composition of hearings, timescale, panel training and an evaluation of the process. By tailoring hearings to infants' needs, we can ensure that decisions are made quickly, sensitively and appropriately, with panel members equipped to understand infant development and the impact of decisions on very young children. And Amendment 197 complements this by enabling independent representation for infants. It allows ministers to establish regulations for the appointment of trained, independent persons to represent an infant's interests in hearings. This ensures that the child's welfare and best interests are effectively safeguarded and that their participation is meaningful even at this very early stage of life, and the decisions are informed by someone who can speak on their behalf. And that's it. Thank you.
I call on Martin Whitfield to speak to Amendment 195 and other amendments in the group. Mr Whitfield.
I'm very grateful, Convener. There are two amendments that I have in this group. The first is with regard to infant safeguarders, and is talking about the level of skill set and protection and training that infant safeguarders should have at their disposal and be and have access to ensure that they are the appropriate people to deal with this matter. The second amendment sort of builds on what we've already heard, which is with regard to babies and infants, and whether or not a safe baby hearing pilot scheme should be rolled out, undertaken by the government to ensure that the experience, the environment in which baby hearings are taking place are built on data that we have, but also an understanding of the very different, sometimes subtly, but sometimes very obviously different nature of those hearings, and having the voice of the baby and infant there. We've already discussed in previous amendments questions over whether the appropriate age should be 5 or indeed 3, as appears in the other amendments in this group. But with regard to the importance of infant safeguarding and the importance of the unusual nature of baby hearings, I think these are matters that the government need to seriously consider within the aspect of the bill, and I'll leave my submission at that point.
Thank you very much. Minister.
Thanks, Convener. This group of amendments introduces new provisions to the bill in respect of babies and infants. I think we can all agree on the importance of ensuring that their needs and interests are represented and met through the children's hearing system, but I'm not sure that the respective amendments in this group do that. Ros McCall's Amendment 110 risks adopting a splintered approach to considering compulsory state intervention in children's and families' lives. Scotland currently applies a universalist and whole-child approach to these issues. Self-evidently, when one group of children is prioritised for particular attention on the basis of age, other children are deprioritised. Prioritisation should not be done on the basis of age alone, but there is an inherent and unique vulnerability of the very youngest children. And as we debated... Yes.
Ros McCall.
Yeah, I thank the Minister for taking this intervention. By not focusing on infants, we have a splintered approach right now. We are not getting it right for the youngest children that we need to look at. So how, if the Minister could explain to me how she thinks the current approach is getting it right for the youngest in this process?
Minister.
I think we've been very clear at committee today that there's definitely improvements that can be made in relation to the needs of our youngest children. I don't necessarily think these amendments are the way to go, but I don't think it's that there's any form of prioritisation. I think it's that the needs and the support that's required for our youngest children, perhaps there's still more that needs done on that front in terms of efficiently supporting them and really listening to their voice, even if they are very, very young. No, Ms McCall Winston.
Ros McCall.
For the Minister to take this second intervention. So, given that statement that's just been made, would the Minister be willing to work then on this for stage 3 to make sure that we do have something that makes it a suitable process, considering we're looking at moving this forward, we're looking at all care experience children? Would you be willing to be working on this whole section to make sure that infants are properly then included in this bill?
Minister.
I think I would, so I would be interested in working to improve, the support provided to our youngest children, babies and our youngest children further. Whether the approach in these amendments is the right approach, I'd be happy to discuss that with Ms McCall. I think also there would be relevance in maybe pulling together the host of work that the partners are undertaking in relation to both the provisions in the bill and the wider non-legislative work through, for example, the Children's Hearing Redesign Board to improve the support provided to our babies and youngest children. So perhaps if I could pull that together, provide that to Ms McCall, and then we could absolutely have a further discussion around these amendments. Could I ask... in fact, could I maybe ask Ms McCall if she would be willing to make an intervention if, given that assurance, she would not press her amendments today and we could discuss that further?
I should also say you also have an opportunity, Ms McCall, because you'll be summing up this group, but you're more than welcome to make an intervention as well.
No. Well, I'll not preempt that then. I'll listen to the rest of the debate. Go that way then, if that's okay. I am accused. But yeah, what do you want to hear?
Minister.
I would like to hear more of what the Minister has to say on the other amendments.
Okay.
Minister.
Thank you. In relation to Martin Whitfield's Amendment 195 to create a new infant safeguarder, when there's already a well-established safeguarder service, the National Safeguarders Panel, established under the 2011 Act, is a fully demand-led specialist service available for any child where there's an identified need. It's a statutory requirement under the 2011 Act that a children's hearing or a sheriff consider appointing a safeguarder. In 24-25, 1,482 children were appointed a safeguarder to represent their best interests in hearings proceedings. Most of them were younger children. However, I know there will be more that we can do through this existing service to promote and protect the needs of babies and infants.
Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful, Convener, and to the Minister for taking the intervention. Is it the government? Is the Scottish Government in agreement that the role of safeguarder doesn't necessarily always need to be a separate and distinct role, and that others can fulfil it within the system.
Minister.
I would probably need to reflect on that, Mr Whitfield. I think there is a very clear role for the safeguarders. I maybe would want to consider that further, but I see Mr Whitfield has another point.
Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful. Then I can provide the Minister with the space to do that beyond this meeting. I'll not push it.
Minister.
I very much appreciate that, and equally, as I've said, we're already going to have probably a full day's meeting to discuss a number of things, so I'm more than happy to obviously pick this up there as well. What I was going to say in relation to the Safeguarders panel, we will work with Children First, the contracted managers of the Safeguarder panel, on further strengthening the training offer relating to our very youngest children, and this will be directly informed by the support and the expertise to be offered to panel members through upskilling work led by NSPCC in partnership with Children's Hearing Scotland. Now, Ros McCall's Amendment 197 proposes that ministers under regulations assign independent infant representatives to children under 3. I don't consider this an appropriate or a necessary innovation, and this proposal didn't feature in the Hearings for Children report. Independent decision makers should, of course, be respected and trusted to appoint additional rights, voice and representation supports to children, only where individual children need them in specific or individual cases. There's a long-standing clear responsibility on panel members to minimise the number of additional adult actors imposed on children, and an artificial age-bound approach taking no account of individuals' children's needs I don't think will improve matters for all children. Representatives are already an established statutory part of the system. Safeguarders are also independent and, where deemed necessary, are appointed by hearings or sheriffs to protect a child's best interest through the proceedings. And where required, panel members can also appoint independent report writers to assist them with decision making. I want to ensure that we're doing everything we can and we should be doing to protect and promote the interests and the needs of babies and infants in the children's hearing system. That's why, of course, we've identified the potential for non-instructed advocacy to play a part in the redesigned hearing system to better support children who are unable to speak for themselves. And, of course, I intend to work with Ross Greer ahead of Stage 3 to introduce that in the appropriate way. I want to see what this workstream proposes in terms of change and improvement, if indeed it makes such a recommendation, and for that to be developed for potential testing across the next 2 years, seeking to determine if practice and process needs to be improved before legislating for change, I think seems the appropriate way forward. Given the assurances I've provided on record in the debate that we've had so far, I hope members will agree with the points that I've set out. I ask Ros McCall and Martin Whitfield not to press their respective amendments. If they do, I would encourage members to vote against.
Thank you. And I call on Ros McCall to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 110. Ms
Yes,
McCall.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you to the Minister, and thank you to the Convener for helping me with the process earlier on. It was very interesting. I'm glad the debate continued. I'm not going to press. I'm going to withdraw Amendment 110 if that's an agreement. And take the Minister up on the offer to actually work on this ahead of Stage 3. To see if we can do something with the bill to try and make sure that we have the right avenue and the right way of ensuring that the youngest in this process have the right system that works for them. So I will not be pressing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ros McCall seeks to withdraw Amendment 110. Does any member object? No member objects. Amendment 110 is withdrawn. I call Amendment 111 in the name of Ros McCall, already debated with Amendment 77. Ros McCall to move or not move? Amendment 111.
Yeah, thank you. Amendment 111. Again, not moved. I'm going to take the opportunity to work with the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Amendment 112 in the name of Jeremy Balfour, already debated with Amendment 77. Jeremy Balfour to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 113 in the name of Jeremy Balfour, already debated with Amendment 77. Jeremy Balfour to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 114 in the name of Jeremy Balfour, already debated with Amendment 77. Jeremy Balfour to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 195 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 110. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment Amendment 196 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 167. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 197 in the name of Ros McCall, already debated with Amendment 110. Ros McCall to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 198 in the name of Ros McCall, already debated with Amendment 190. Ros McCall to move or not move?
Again, not move, to work with the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that Section 17 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. I call Amendment 200 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 189. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 115 in the name of Jeremy Balfour, already debated with Amendment 77. Jeremy Balfour to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 115 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. I call Amendment 202 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 189. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 203 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 189. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 204 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 189. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 205 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 189. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Not move.
The question is Section 18 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. I call Amendment 78 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 189. Minister to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 79 in the name of the Minister, already debated with Amendment 189. Minister to move formally?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 79 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. I call Amendment 80 in the name of Jeremy Balfour, already debated with Amendment 189. Jeremy Balfour to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 206 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 189. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Not move.
The question is that Sections 19, 20 and 21 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. I call Amendment 117 in the name of Ros McCall in a group on its own. Ros McCall to move Amendment 117 and speak to Amendment 117. Ms McCall.
Thank you again, Convener. Amendment 117. This amendment is about language primarily and the philosophy that underpins our entire system of children's hearings. Across multiple sections of the bill, the current wording refers to a child being subject to treatment or control. This framing is outdated, punitive and doesn't reflect the purpose of the children's hearing system, which is to safeguard children and meet their development needs and not to impose control over them. So by substituting treatment or control with nature or support, we make the language child-centred, rights-based and reflective of the welfare principle. It signals clear that the focus of the hearings, investigations and interventions is to provide children with care, guidance and support that they need to thrive rather than to manage or to discipline. And this change is more systemic. It aligns with the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child in Article 3, Article 12 and Article 19. Across every stage, whether information, provision, investigation, grounds hearings, interim orders or reviews, the amendment ensures that all powers exercised by the system are framed in terms of nurture and support, not control. And that's Amendment 117. Thank you, Convener.
And can you just move that?
Yeah, and I move them.
Thank you very much. Minister.
Convener, and I thank Ms McCall for Amendment 117. I know from my conversations with children and young people that language is extremely important to them. There's been significant work in this area already, much of it led by children, but there's certainly more to do. I'm acutely aware of the evolution of Scotland's unique approach to children's welfare and justice through the hearing system, and Chapter 3 of Part 1 of this bill seeks to further modernise that approach and respond to calls for change, not least in the Hearings for Children report. We've already acted to change some of the language by adding the term support to the referral criteria through Section 17 of the bill. It would therefore be inappropriate to make this change twice through Amendment 117. But by its very nature, the children's hearing system is a system of compulsion, and we must ensure that its purpose is clear in all its circumstances. We can't lose sight of the justice role that children's hearings perform, and that this role is growing rightly to accept 16 and 17-year-olds. The statistics show that some of the offence grounds that might be brought to a hearing will be very serious. Applying control as well as support will be, indeed is, an appropriate way for panel members to consider the right course of action for some children. Now, we have sought advice on the language of treatment or control from a range of sources, and there's not one singular response, as the same in much of this bill. There's a range of views, but most do agree that the language could be changed. There are practical and legal difficulties in trying to change the core language of a system that's over 50 years old without first weighing up all of the consequences of doing so. But I do want to give more consideration to this. There might be a case to modernise the language around treatment, but keep control for other reasons I and others have set out. So again, I'm willing to consider it further ahead of stage 3. I would ask Ros McCall not to press Amendment 117.
Thank you. And I call on Ros McCall to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 117. Ms McCall.
I thank the Minister for her comments. I mean, I think language, as we all know and as the Minister has stated, is so important in this process. And whilst I accept wholeheartedly what the Minister has said, the word control is a difficult one. But I am happy to take the Minister up on her offer to work at this. There's an awful lot of work we're going to be doing before stage 3. But I am, I'm minded to accept that because at the end of the day, I think if we could work on that and get something that works properly in a legislative framework, I'm willing to do so. So I will not press Amendment 117.
Thank you. Ros McCall seeks to withdraw Amendment 117. Does any member object? No member objects, so Amendment 117 is withdrawn. I call Amendment 119 in the name of Sue Webber, group with Amendment 120. Miles Briggs to move Amendment 119 and speak to both amendments in the group. Mr Briggs.
Thank you, Convener. Amendment 119 amends Section 38 and 39 of the 2011 Act so that when a sheriff considers a child protection order, they must be satisfied by evidence on oath. Amendment 120 adds a specific requirement that any evidence provided by a social worker to the sheriff for considering whether to make an order must also be given under oath. And these are both in my colleague Sue Webber's name. Applications to CPOs are generally made by local authority social workers as determined by a sheriff. At present, evidence presented in support of a CPO application is not subject to external independent scrutiny or corroboration. Applications for removal are not required to be made on oath, and strict rules on evidence do not apply, despite the severity and immediacy of the outcome. Existing research highlights the reliance placed on urgency and professional judgment in such cases, with proactive action often taken prior to full court scrutiny, which may not take place for many months or indeed sometimes a year or more in complex cases. This makes the standard of evidence at the point of decision making especially important. Independent reviews, including that by the Nuffield Family Justice Observatory, have repeatedly identified insufficient time, training and support for often inexperienced local authority social workers. These conditions mitigate against what should be robust and replicable assessments of suspected risk. There's also concern that despite grounds of sufficient harm being advanced at the point of a CPO application, the grounds subsequently relied upon by the children's reporter are often not those used to justify the original removal, and often very different after the proof hearing in front of a sheriff, sometimes months after a removal has taken place. The separation of a child from their family, particularly at or near birth, is associated with significant psychological impact, and both published research and lived experiences, as the committee's heard, of families affected by child removal underline the importance of what I believe should be fair, transparent and evidence-based decision-making, given the potential for long-term harm arising from unnecessary or poorly evidenced removals. Now, while the police retain powers to remove a child without prior court approval in urgent circumstances, routine use of CPOs without sworn evidence or mandatory parental representation raises serious concern about proportionality, fairness and also accountability. To conclude, as I'm sure members will be pleased, the intention behind Sue Webber's amendments are therefore to address and recognise that the stakes in emergency removals are high. The requirement for an oath to be taken aims to raise evidential standards and improve accountability and enhance confidence in decisions where separation is urgent. This is consistent with calls we heard at stage 1 during our evidence sessions for rights-respecting processes and transparent reasoning and safeguards wherever decisions can have lasting impacts. So pleased to move Amendment 119 and 120 in my colleague Sue Webber's name.
Thank you. And I call the Minister.
Thanks, Convener. I absolutely value and understand the importance of ensuring that any decision made in relation to a child protection order is well evidenced and in the best interest of the child. Now, the Scottish Government opposes these amendments on the basis that the current legislation and practice is already sufficient in this area. When social workers apply for child protection orders, they must already submit paperwork to a sheriff, which includes a signed statement that would act as an oath. Furthermore, in the majority of cases, the sheriff will request a discussion on the case, and a verbal oath would therefore also be taken. However, there might be cases where a sheriff doesn't necessarily consider that the application warrants further discussion. It would not be appropriate for legislation to require a verbal oath where the sheriff has judged that this is not necessary. Now, although legislation can and does set out matters sheriffs must take into account, prescribing that an oath must always be taken goes further than current practice, where sheriffs may determine that written evidence is sufficient. Sheriffs are best placed, I believe, having considered all of the evidence in the particular case, to decide how evidence should be taken, including whether it should be given on oath, and the law should allow the discretion around that rather than prescribe it. I would therefore hope this explanation would highlight to Miles Briggs that Ms Webber's amendments are unnecessary and he will not press them, but if he does, I would encourage members to vote against them.
Thank you. And can I call on Miles Briggs to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 119?
Thank you, Convener, and I hope this has given an opportunity to put on record some of the concerns, especially around that independent scrutiny aspect. And I hope that's something the Minister potentially could still consider, whether or not there needs to be some improvement around that. Given concerns about the time which often hearings are being taken under, and the need to improve that. So I won't be moving Amendment 119 or 120, but pleased to put on record these concerns.
Thank you. Miles Briggs seeks to withdraw Amendment 119 in the name of Sue Webber. Does any member object? Amendment 119 is therefore withdrawn. I call Amendment 120 in the name of Sue Webber, already debated with Amendment 119. Miles Briggs to move or not move? That is not moved, and at that point I will conclude consideration of the bill at stage 2 today. I'd like to thank the Minister and her supporting officials for their attendance, and committee colleagues and others. The committee will continue its consideration at its meeting on the 18th of February, and I formally close this meeting. Thank you.